To be.
I am happy to see you today. I am happy to see you today. She is a teacher at the local school. She is a teacher at the local school. We were at the park yesterday afternoon. We were at the park yesterday afternoon. They are going to the cinema tonight. They are going to the cinema tonight. He was late for the meeting this morning. He was late for the meeting this morning. You are not listening to what I'm saying. You are not listening to what I'm saying. It is raining outside right now. It is raining outside right now. I was thinking about you earlier. I was thinking about you earlier. Are you being serious right now? Are you being serious right now? They were friends for many years. They were friends for many years.
To have.
I have 3 cats at home. I have 3 cats at home. She has a meeting at 3 o'clock. She has a meeting at 3 o'clock. We had dinner together last night. We had dinner together last night. Do you have any questions about the project? Do you have any questions about the project? He hasn't finished his homework yet. He hasn't finished his homework yet. I have been working here for 5 years. I have been working here for 5 years. They had a great time at the party. They had a great time at the party. You have to be more careful next time. You have to be more careful next time. She has never been to Spain before. She has never been to Spain before. We had better leave now or we'll be late. We had better leave now or we'll be late.
To do.
What do you want to do this weekend? What do you want to do this weekend? I do my homework every evening after dinner. I do my homework every evening after dinner. She does her best at work every single day. She does her best at work every single day. We did the shopping yesterday morning. We did the shopping yesterday morning. Don't do that. It's dangerous. Don't do that. It's dangerous. He doesn't like coffee, he prefers tea. He doesn't like coffee, he prefers tea. What did you do last summer? What did you do last summer? I do understand what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying. They do their exercises every morning. They do their exercises every morning. How do you do? Nice to meet you. How do you do? Nice to meet you.
To say.
What did you say? I couldn't hear you. What did you say? I couldn't hear you. She says she'll be here by 5 o'clock. She says she'll be here by 5 o'clock. I said hello to my neighbor this morning. I said hello to my neighbor this morning. They always say the same thing every time. They always say the same thing every time. Don't say anything until I give you the signal. Don't say anything until I give you the signal. He said he was sorry for being late. He said he was sorry for being late. What would you say if I told you the truth? What would you say if I told you the truth? I said it before and I'll say it again. I said it before and I'll say it again. She says she doesn't want to go to the party. She says she doesn't want to go to the party. That's easier said than done, you know. That's easier said than done, you know.
To go.
I go to work every day at 8 o'clock. I go to work every day at 8 o'clock. She goes to the gym 3 times a week. She goes to the gym 3 times a week. We went to the beach last weekend. We went to the beach last weekend. Are you going to the party tonight? Are you going to the party tonight? Don't go there alone, it's not safe. Don't go there alone, it's not safe. He went home early because he was tired. He went home early because he was tired. Let's go shopping this afternoon. Let's go shopping this afternoon. I go for a walk every morning before breakfast. I go for a walk every morning before breakfast. They went to Spain for their holidays. They went to Spain for their holidays. How did it go at the meeting today? How did it go at the meeting today?
To get.
I need to get some milk from the supermarket. I need to get some milk from the supermarket. She gets up early every morning. She gets up early every morning. We got home very late last night. We got home very late last night. Can you get me a glass of water, please? Can you get me a glass of water, please? He got a new job last month. He got a new job last month. I get the bus to work every day. I get the bus to work every day. They got married in June last year. They got married in June last year. Don't get angry, it's not worth it. Don't get angry, it's not worth it. I get it now, thanks for explaining. I get it now, thanks for explaining. What time do you usually get to the office? What time do you usually get to the office?
To make.
I make breakfast for my family every morning. I make breakfast for my family every morning. She makes beautiful cakes for special occasions. She makes beautiful cakes for special occasions. We made a mistake, I'm sorry. We made a mistake, I'm sorry. Don't make so much noise, please. Don't make so much noise, please. He makes a lot of money in his new job. He makes a lot of money in his new job. They made plans to meet next week. They made plans to meet next week. I make my bed every day after getting up. I make my bed every day after getting up. What makes you think that's a good idea? What makes you think that's a good idea? She made a phone call to her mother. She made a phone call to her mother. Let's make sure we don't forget anything. Let's make sure we don't forget anything.
To know.
I know how to speak Spanish fluently. I know how to speak Spanish fluently. Do you know where the nearest bank is? Do you know where the nearest bank is? She knows a lot about history. She knows a lot about history. We knew each other when we were children. We knew each other when we were children. I don't know what to do in this situation. I don't know what to do in this situation. He knows how to play the guitar very well. He knows how to play the guitar very well. They know that it's important to be on time. They know that it's important to be on time. I know you're busy, but can we talk? I know you're busy, but can we talk? She knows the answer to that question. She knows the answer to that question. You never know what might happen tomorrow. You never know what might happen tomorrow.
To take.
I take the bus to work every morning. I take the bus to work every morning. She takes her dog for a walk twice a day. She takes her dog for a walk twice a day. We took a break after working for 3 hours. We took a break after working for 3 hours. Can you take this package to the post office? Can you take this package to the post office? It takes me about 20 minutes to get to school. It takes me about 20 minutes to get to school. He took a photo of the beautiful sunset. He took a photo of the beautiful sunset. Don't take it personally, it's not about you. Don't take it personally, it's not about you. I took my medicine before going to bed. I took my medicine before going to bed. They took their time deciding what to order. They took their time deciding what to order. Let me take your coat, please come in. Let me take your coat, please come in.
To see.
I can see the mountains from my window. I can see the mountains from my window. She sees her friends every weekend. She sees her friends every weekend. We saw a great film at the cinema last night. We saw a great film at the cinema last night. Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? I see you've finished your homework already. I see you've finished your homework already. He saw his doctor yesterday about the pain. He saw his doctor yesterday about the pain. Let's wait and see what happens next. Let's wait and see what happens next. I see that you're having some problems. I see that you're having some problems. They saw each other at the party last Saturday. They saw each other at the party last Saturday. See you later. Have a good day. See you later. Have a good day.
To come.
I come here every day to buy coffee. I come here every day to buy coffee. She comes from a small town in the north. She comes from a small town in the north. We came to visit you yesterday but you weren't home. We came to visit you yesterday but you weren't home. Are you coming to the meeting this afternoon? Are you coming to the meeting this afternoon? Come here, I need to show you something. Come here, I need to show you something. He came back from his holiday last week. He came back from his holiday last week. The bus comes every 15 minutes. The bus comes every 15 minutes. I came across an old friend in the supermarket. I came across an old friend in the supermarket. When did you come to live in this city? When did you come to live in this city? Come on, we're going to be late. Come on, we're going to be late.
To think.
Think before you talk. Think before you talk. I thought the meeting was tomorrow. I thought the meeting was tomorrow. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Everyone was thinking the same thing. You never think things through, do you? You never think things through, do you? Did you really think that was a good idea? Did you really think that was a good idea? I don't think we've met before. I don't think we've met before. Do you really think so? Do you really think so? My sister thinks he's a jerk. My sister thinks he's a jerk. Think about the future. Think about the future. The boss thinks I did it on purpose. The boss thinks I did it on purpose. Don't you think it's a bit premature for that? Don't you think it's a bit premature for that?
To look.
Look at that beautiful bird in the tree. Look at that beautiful bird in the tree. She looks tired after working all day. She looks tired after working all day. We looked everywhere but couldn't find the keys. We looked everywhere but couldn't find the keys. You look great in that new dress. You look great in that new dress. I'm looking for my glasses, have you seen them? I'm looking for my glasses, have you seen them? He looked surprised when he heard the news. He looked surprised when he heard the news. Look out, there's a car coming. Look out, there's a car coming. They looked at each other and started laughing. They looked at each other and started laughing. I look forward to seeing you next week. I look forward to seeing you next week. Don't look now, but your ex is behind you. Don't look now, but your ex is behind you.
To want.
I want to learn how to play the piano. I want to learn how to play the piano. She wants a new car for her birthday. She wants a new car for her birthday. We wanted to go to the beach but it was raining. We wanted to go to the beach but it was raining. Do you want anything from the shop? Do you want anything from the shop? He wants to become a doctor when he grows up. He wants to become a doctor when he grows up. I don't want to talk about it right now. I don't want to talk about it right now. They want you to call them as soon as possible. They want you to call them as soon as possible. What do you want for dinner tonight? What do you want for dinner tonight? She wanted to leave early but couldn't. She wanted to leave early but couldn't. If you want my opinion, I think it's a bad idea. If you want my opinion, I think it's a bad idea.
To use.
I use my computer for work every day. I use my computer for work every day. She uses public transport to get to university. She uses public transport to get to university. We used to live in Madrid before moving here. We used to live in Madrid before moving here. Can I use your phone? Mine's battery is dead. Can I use your phone? Mine's battery is dead. He uses a special shampoo for his hair. He uses a special shampoo for his hair. Don't use all the milk, we need some for breakfast. Don't use all the milk, we need some for breakfast. They used the money to buy a new house. They used the money to buy a new house. I use this app to track my daily exercise. I use this app to track my daily exercise. What do you use to clean the windows? What do you use to clean the windows? She used to smoke but she quit last year. She used to smoke but she quit last year.
To find.
I can't find my keys anywhere. I can't find my keys anywhere. She found a great restaurant near the beach. She found a great restaurant near the beach. We found out that the meeting was cancelled. We found out that the meeting was cancelled. Did you find what you were looking for? Did you find what you were looking for? He found it difficult to learn Spanish at first. He found it difficult to learn Spanish at first. I find it strange that she didn't call. I find it strange that she didn't call. They found the missing dog in the park. They found the missing dog in the park. You'll find the answer in Chapter 3. You'll find the answer in Chapter 3. I find it hard to believe what you're saying. I find it hard to believe what you're saying. She found herself lost in the middle of the city. She found herself lost in the middle of the city.
To give.
I give my children pocket money every week. I give my children pocket money every week. She gave me a beautiful present for my birthday. She gave me a beautiful present for my birthday. We gave our old clothes to charity. We gave our old clothes to charity. Can you give me a hand with this heavy box? Can you give me a hand with this heavy box? He gives presentations at work every month. He gives presentations at work every month. Don't give up, you're almost there. Don't give up, you're almost there. They gave us directions to the nearest hospital. They gave us directions to the nearest hospital. I'll give you a call tomorrow morning. I'll give you a call tomorrow morning. She gave her best friend a ride to the airport. She gave her best friend a ride to the airport. Give me a moment, I need to think about this. Give me a moment, I need to think about this.
To tell.
Tell me what happened yesterday. Tell me what happened yesterday. She told me she was moving to London. She told me she was moving to London. I told you not to worry about it. I told you not to worry about it. Can you tell me the time, please? Can you tell me the time, please? He told a funny joke that made everyone laugh. He told a funny joke that made everyone laugh. Don't tell anyone about this, it's a secret. Don't tell anyone about this, it's a secret. They told us to wait outside the building. They told us to wait outside the building. I can tell you're not feeling well today. I can tell you're not feeling well today. She told her parents about her new job. She told her parents about her new job. Tell the truth, did you break the window? Tell the truth, did you break the window?
To work.
I work in an office downtown. I work in an office downtown. She works as a teacher at the local school. She works as a teacher at the local school. We worked together on that project last year. We worked together on that project last year. This computer doesn't work anymore, it's broken. This computer doesn't work anymore, it's broken. He works very hard to support his family. He works very hard to support his family. Does this plan work for you? Does this plan work for you? They worked out at the gym for 2 hours. They worked out at the gym for 2 hours. I work from home 3 days a week. I work from home 3 days a week. The medicine didn't work, I still feel sick. The medicine didn't work, I still feel sick. Let's work on this problem together. Let's work on this problem together.
To call.
I'll call you tomorrow morning. I'll call you tomorrow morning. She calls her mother every Sunday. She calls her mother every Sunday. We called the police when we saw the accident. We called the police when we saw the accident. What do you call this in Spanish? What do you call this in Spanish? He called me a liar and walked away. He called me a liar and walked away. Don't forget to call me when you arrive. Don't forget to call me when you arrive. They called off the meeting because of the weather. They called off the meeting because of the weather. I call this place home now. I call this place home now. She called for help when she got lost. She called for help when she got lost. Let's call it a day and go home. Let's call it a day and go home.
To try.
I'll try to finish this by tomorrow. I'll try to finish this by tomorrow. She tried her best to pass the exam. She tried her best to pass the exam. We tried the new restaurant last weekend. We tried the new restaurant last weekend. Try this cake, it's delicious. Try this cake, it's delicious. He tried calling you but you didn't answer. He tried calling you but you didn't answer. Don't try to do everything by yourself. Don't try to do everything by yourself. They tried on several dresses before choosing one. They tried on several dresses before choosing one. I tried to explain but nobody listened. I tried to explain but nobody listened. Let's try a different approach to this problem. Let's try a different approach to this problem. She tried out for the school basketball team. She tried out for the school basketball team.
To ask.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? She asked me to help her with her homework. She asked me to help her with her homework. We asked the waiter for the menu. We asked the waiter for the menu. Don't be afraid to ask for help when you need it. Don't be afraid to ask for help when you need it. He asked his boss for a day off. He asked his boss for a day off. I asked her where she was going. I asked her where she was going. They asked us to wait outside. They asked us to wait outside. If you don't know, just ask. If you don't know, just ask. She asked about the price of the car. She asked about the price of the car. I asked him to call me later. I asked him to call me later.
To need.
I need to go to the supermarket today. I need to go to the supermarket today. She needs more time to finish the project. She needs more time to finish the project. We needed help moving the heavy furniture. We needed help moving the heavy furniture. Do you need anything from the shop? Do you need anything from the shop? He needs to see a doctor about that cough. He needs to see a doctor about that cough. I need you to be here by 9 o'clock. I need you to be here by 9 o'clock. They need to make a decision soon. They need to make a decision soon. You don't need to worry about it. You don't need to worry about it. What do you need for your presentation? What do you need for your presentation? I need a break after working all day. I need a break after working all day.
To feel.
I feel tired after the long journey. I feel tired after the long journey. She feels happy when she's with her friends. She feels happy when she's with her friends. We felt relieved when we heard the good news. We felt relieved when we heard the good news. How do you feel about moving to a new city? How do you feel about moving to a new city? He feels that something is wrong. He feels that something is wrong. I feel like having pizza for dinner tonight. I feel like having pizza for dinner tonight. They felt the earthquake early this morning. They felt the earthquake early this morning. Don't you feel cold without a jacket? Don't you feel cold without a jacket? She feels better after taking the medicine. She feels better after taking the medicine. I feel sorry for what happened yesterday. I feel sorry for what happened yesterday.
To become.
I want to become a doctor when I grow up. I want to become a doctor when I grow up. She became famous after winning the competition. She became famous after winning the competition. It became dark very quickly as the storm approached. It became dark very quickly as the storm approached. He became interested in photography last year. He became interested in photography last year. The weather became worse as the day went on. The weather became worse as the day went on. They became friends after working together. They became friends after working together. I became aware of the problem too late. I became aware of the problem too late. She became the manager of the company. She became the manager of the company. The situation became more complicated. The situation became more complicated. What do you want to become in the future? What do you want to become in the future?
To leave.
I need to leave now or I'll be late. I need to leave now or I'll be late. She left her keys on the kitchen table. She left her keys on the kitchen table. We left the party early because we were tired. We left the party early because we were tired. Don't leave me here alone. Don't leave me here alone. He left his job last month to start his own business. He left his job last month to start his own business. They left the country 3 years ago. They left the country 3 years ago. I left my umbrella at the restaurant. I left my umbrella at the restaurant. What time does the train leave? What time does the train leave? She left a note on the door explaining her absence. She left a note on the door explaining her absence. Let's leave this discussion for another time. Let's leave this discussion for another time.
To put.
I put my keys on the table when I come home. I put my keys on the table when I come home. She put on her coat before going outside. She put on her coat before going outside. We put the groceries in the fridge. We put the groceries in the fridge. Can you put this book back on the shelf? Can you put this book back on the shelf? He put his hand up to ask a question. He put his hand up to ask a question. Don't put off doing your homework until tomorrow. Don't put off doing your homework until tomorrow. They put together a great presentation for the meeting. They put together a great presentation for the meeting. I put my phone on silent during the movie. I put my phone on silent during the movie. She put her name down for the school trip. She put her name down for the school trip. Let's put this plan into action. Let's put this plan into action.
To mean.
What does this word mean? What does this word mean? I mean what I said, I'm not joking. I mean what I said, I'm not joking. She didn't mean to hurt your feelings. She didn't mean to hurt your feelings. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? He meant to call you yesterday but forgot. He meant to call you yesterday but forgot. This means a lot to me, thank you. This means a lot to me, thank you. I mean it when I say I love you. I mean it when I say I love you. They didn't mean any harm, it was an accident. They didn't mean any harm, it was an accident. What I mean is that we need to be more careful. What I mean is that we need to be more careful. This gift means the world to me. This gift means the world to me.
To keep.
I keep my keys in my pocket. I keep my keys in my pocket. She keeps her room very tidy. She keeps her room very tidy. We kept walking even though we were tired. We kept walking even though we were tired. Keep quiet, the baby is sleeping. Keep quiet, the baby is sleeping. He keeps forgetting to call his mother. He keeps forgetting to call his mother. They kept the secret for many years. They kept the secret for many years. I keep telling you but you never listen. I keep telling you but you never listen. She keeps her old photos in a special album. She keeps her old photos in a special album. Keep going, you're almost there. Keep going, you're almost there. We need to keep this information confidential. We need to keep this information confidential.
To let.
Let me help you with that heavy bag. Let me help you with that heavy bag. She let her children play in the garden. She let her children play in the garden. We let them know about the change of plans. We let them know about the change of plans. Don't let the cat go outside. Don't let the cat go outside. He let me borrow his car for the weekend. He let me borrow his car for the weekend. Let's go to the cinema tonight. Let's go to the cinema tonight. They won't let us enter without tickets. They won't let us enter without tickets. I let my friend stay at my house last week. I let my friend stay at my house last week. Let me think about it for a moment. Let me think about it for a moment. She let herself into the house with her key. She let herself into the house with her key.
To begin.
I begin my day with a cup of coffee. I begin my day with a cup of coffee. She began learning Spanish last year. She began learning Spanish last year. We began the meeting at 9 o'clock sharp. We began the meeting at 9 o'clock sharp. The concert begins at 8 o'clock tonight. The concert begins at 8 o'clock tonight. He began to feel better after taking the medicine. He began to feel better after taking the medicine. Let's begin with the most important topic. Let's begin with the most important topic. They began their journey early in the morning. They began their journey early in the morning. I began to understand the problem better. I began to understand the problem better. The rain began to fall just as we left. The rain began to fall just as we left. When did you begin working here? When did you begin working here?
To seem.
It seems like a good idea to me. It seems like a good idea to me. She seems very happy today. She seems very happy today. We seemed to be lost in the middle of the city. We seemed to be lost in the middle of the city. You seem tired. Are you okay? You seem tired. Are you okay? He seems to know what he's doing. He seems to know what he's doing. It seems that nobody noticed the mistake. It seems that nobody noticed the mistake. They seemed surprised when they heard the news. They seemed surprised when they heard the news. I seem to have forgotten my wallet at home. I seem to have forgotten my wallet at home. The situation seems to be getting worse. The situation seems to be getting worse. It seems like forever since we last met. It seems like forever since we last met.
To help.
Can you help me carry these boxes? Can you help me carry these boxes? She helps her mother with the housework every day. She helps her mother with the housework every day. We helped our neighbors move to their new house. We helped our neighbors move to their new house. This medicine will help with your headache. This medicine will help with your headache. He helped me understand the difficult lesson. He helped me understand the difficult lesson. I can't help but laugh when I see that video. I can't help but laugh when I see that video. They helped raise money for the charity. They helped raise money for the charity. Please help yourself to more food. Please help yourself to more food. She helped out at the local animal shelter. She helped out at the local animal shelter. It helps to write things down so you don't forget. It helps to write things down so you don't forget.
To show.
Can you show me how to use this machine? Can you show me how to use this machine? She showed us her new apartment yesterday. She showed us her new apartment yesterday. We showed our tickets at the entrance. We showed our tickets at the entrance. The map shows where the nearest hospital is. The map shows where the nearest hospital is. He showed great courage during the difficult times. He showed great courage during the difficult times. I'll show you the way to the station. I'll show you the way to the station. They showed up late to the party. They showed up late to the party. The evidence shows that he was telling the truth. The evidence shows that he was telling the truth. She showed her ID to the security guard. She showed her ID to the security guard. This photo shows us on holiday last summer. This photo shows us on holiday last summer.
To hear.
I can hear the birds singing outside. I can hear the birds singing outside. She heard a strange noise in the middle of the night. She heard a strange noise in the middle of the night. We heard about the accident on the news. We heard about the accident on the news. Can you hear me? The connection is bad. Can you hear me? The connection is bad. He heard that you got a new job. He heard that you got a new job. I've never heard such a ridiculous story. I've never heard such a ridiculous story. They heard the doorbell ring but didn't answer. They heard the doorbell ring but didn't answer. Let me hear what you have to say. Let me hear what you have to say. I heard from my friend yesterday. I heard from my friend yesterday. Have you heard the latest gossip? Have you heard the latest gossip?
To play.
The children play in the park every afternoon. The children play in the park every afternoon. She plays the piano beautifully. She plays the piano beautifully. We played football last weekend with our friends. We played football last weekend with our friends. Do you want to play a game of chess? Do you want to play a game of chess? He plays guitar in a local band. He plays guitar in a local band. They played a trick on their teacher. They played a trick on their teacher. I play tennis every Saturday morning. I play tennis every Saturday morning. The radio is playing my favorite song. The radio is playing my favorite song. She plays an important role in the company. She plays an important role in the company. Let's play a different game this time. Let's play a different game this time.
To run.
I run in the park every morning before work. I run in the park every morning before work. She runs her own business from home. She runs her own business from home. We ran to catch the bus but we missed it. We ran to catch the bus but we missed it. The car runs on electricity, not petrol. The car runs on electricity, not petrol. He runs 5 kilometers every day. He runs 5 kilometers every day. Don't run across the road, it's dangerous. Don't run across the road, it's dangerous. They ran out of milk at the supermarket. They ran out of milk at the supermarket. I ran into my old friend at the market yesterday. I ran into my old friend at the market yesterday. The meeting runs from 2 to 4 o'clock. The meeting runs from 2 to 4 o'clock. She runs the local charity organization. She runs the local charity organization.
To move.
Can you move your car? You're blocking the driveway. Can you move your car? You're blocking the driveway. She moved to London last year for her new job. She moved to London last year for her new job. We moved the furniture to make more space. We moved the furniture to make more space. Don't move. Stay exactly where you are. Don't move. Stay exactly where you are. He moved closer to hear what she was saying. He moved closer to hear what she was saying. They moved house 3 times in the last 5 years. They moved house 3 times in the last 5 years. I moved the meeting to next week. I moved the meeting to next week. The cat moved slowly towards the bird. The cat moved slowly towards the bird. We need to move quickly before it gets dark. We need to move quickly before it gets dark. She was deeply moved by the kind gesture. She was deeply moved by the kind gesture.
To live.
I live in a small apartment in the city centre. I live in a small apartment in the city centre. She lives with her parents until she finds a job. She lives with her parents until she finds a job. We lived in Madrid for 5 years before moving here. We lived in Madrid for 5 years before moving here. Where do you live? Where do you live? He lives a very healthy lifestyle. He lives a very healthy lifestyle. They lived through some difficult times together. They lived through some difficult times together. I live for the weekends when I can relax. I live for the weekends when I can relax. She lives by herself in a quiet neighborhood. She lives by herself in a quiet neighborhood. We lived it up on our holiday last summer. We lived it up on our holiday last summer. You can't live without water for more than a few days. You can't live without water for more than a few days.
To believe.
I believe that hard work pays off. I believe that hard work pays off. She believes in being honest with everyone. She believes in being honest with everyone. We believed him when he said he was innocent. We believed him when he said he was innocent. Do you believe in ghosts? Do you believe in ghosts? He believes that everything happens for a reason. He believes that everything happens for a reason. I can't believe how fast time flies. I can't believe how fast time flies. They believed the story without questioning it. They believed the story without questioning it. She believes she can achieve anything she sets her mind to. She believes she can achieve anything she sets her mind to. I believe you're right about this. I believe you're right about this. Don't believe everything you read on the internet. Don't believe everything you read on the internet.
To bring.
Can you bring me a glass of water, please? Can you bring me a glass of water, please? She brought her friend to the party last night. She brought her friend to the party last night. We brought some food for the picnic. We brought some food for the picnic. Don't forget to bring your umbrella, it might rain. Don't forget to bring your umbrella, it might rain. He brought up an interesting point during the discussion. He brought up an interesting point during the discussion. I'll bring the documents to the meeting tomorrow. I'll bring the documents to the meeting tomorrow. They brought their children to see the exhibition. They brought their children to see the exhibition. This new policy will bring many changes. This new policy will bring many changes. She brought the conversation back to the main topic. She brought the conversation back to the main topic. What brought you to this city? What brought you to this city?
To happen.
What happened to you yesterday? You look upset. What happened to you yesterday? You look upset. She happened to be in the same place at the same time. She happened to be in the same place at the same time. We don't know what will happen in the future. We don't know what will happen in the future. Accidents can happen to anyone at any time. Accidents can happen to anyone at any time. It happened so fast that I couldn't react. It happened so fast that I couldn't react. What happens if we miss the train? What happens if we miss the train? They happened to meet at the coffee shop. They happened to meet at the coffee shop. I happened to see your brother at the supermarket. I happened to see your brother at the supermarket. These things happen, don't worry about it. These things happen, don't worry about it. Nothing interesting ever happens in this small town. Nothing interesting ever happens in this small town.
To write.
I write in my diary every evening before bed. I write in my diary every evening before bed. She writes articles for a local magazine. She writes articles for a local magazine. We wrote a letter to our grandparents last week. We wrote a letter to our grandparents last week. Can you write down your phone number for me? Can you write down your phone number for me? He writes poetry in his spare time. He writes poetry in his spare time. Don't forget to write your name on the paper. Don't forget to write your name on the paper. They wrote a book about their travel experiences. They wrote a book about their travel experiences. I need to write a report for my boss. I need to write a report for my boss. She wrote back to me immediately after receiving my email. She wrote back to me immediately after receiving my email. Let me write that address down before I forget it. Let me write that address down before I forget it.
To sit.
I sit at the same desk every day at work. I sit at the same desk every day at work. She sits in the garden reading a book every afternoon. She sits in the garden reading a book every afternoon. We sat in the front row at the concert. We sat in the front row at the concert. Please sit down and make yourself comfortable. Please sit down and make yourself comfortable. He sits quietly during meetings, rarely speaking. He sits quietly during meetings, rarely speaking. Don't just sit there, help me with this. Don't just sit there, help me with this. They sat around the campfire telling stories. They sat around the campfire telling stories. I sat through the entire 3-hour film. I sat through the entire 3-hour film. She sits for hours watching television. She sits for hours watching television. Let's sit here and wait for the bus. Let's sit here and wait for the bus.
To stand.
I stand in line every morning to buy coffee. I stand in line every morning to buy coffee. She stood up when the teacher entered the room. She stood up when the teacher entered the room. We stood outside in the rain waiting for a taxi. We stood outside in the rain waiting for a taxi. Please stand up when the national anthem plays. Please stand up when the national anthem plays. He can't stand being late for anything. He can't stand being late for anything. They stood together watching the sunset. They stood together watching the sunset. I stand by what I said yesterday. I stand by what I said yesterday. She stood out from the crowd with her bright red dress. She stood out from the crowd with her bright red dress. We need to stand together on this issue. We need to stand together on this issue. The old building stands empty and abandoned. The old building stands empty and abandoned.
To lose.
I always lose my keys, I'm so forgetful. I always lose my keys, I'm so forgetful. She lost her job when the company closed down. She lost her job when the company closed down. We lost the match by just 1 point. We lost the match by just 1 point. Don't lose hope, things will get better. Don't lose hope, things will get better. He lost his wallet on the way to work. He lost his wallet on the way to work. They lost their way in the forest and had to ask for help. They lost their way in the forest and had to ask for help. I'm trying to lose weight by exercising more. I'm trying to lose weight by exercising more. She lost interest in the project after a few weeks. She lost interest in the project after a few weeks. We can't afford to lose any more time. We can't afford to lose any more time. He lost his temper when he heard the bad news. He lost his temper when he heard the bad news.
To pay.
I pay my bills online every month. I pay my bills online every month. She paid for dinner last night, so it's my turn today. She paid for dinner last night, so it's my turn today. We paid a lot of money for these concert tickets. We paid a lot of money for these concert tickets. Can you pay attention to what I'm saying? Can you pay attention to what I'm saying? He pays his employees every Friday. He pays his employees every Friday. They paid a visit to their grandparents last weekend. They paid a visit to their grandparents last weekend. I'll pay you back the money I borrowed next week. I'll pay you back the money I borrowed next week. She paid the price for arriving late to the exam. She paid the price for arriving late to the exam. We need to pay more attention to the environment. We need to pay more attention to the environment. How much did you pay for that new phone? How much did you pay for that new phone?
To meet.
I meet my friends for coffee every Saturday morning. I meet my friends for coffee every Saturday morning. She met her husband at university 10 years ago. She met her husband at university 10 years ago. We met at the train station and went to the cinema together. We met at the train station and went to the cinema together. Nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. Nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. He meets with his team every Monday morning. He meets with his team every Monday morning. They met by chance at the supermarket yesterday. They met by chance at the supermarket yesterday. I need to meet the deadline for this project. I need to meet the deadline for this project. She met her goals for the year ahead of schedule. She met her goals for the year ahead of schedule. We met up with some old friends at the reunion. We met up with some old friends at the reunion. Let's meet halfway between our two houses. Let's meet halfway between our two houses.
To include.
Does the price include breakfast? Does the price include breakfast? She included all the necessary information in her report. She included all the necessary information in her report. We included everyone in the planning meeting. We included everyone in the planning meeting. The package includes free shipping. The package includes free shipping. He included me in the invitation to the party. He included me in the invitation to the party. Don't forget to include your contact details. Don't forget to include your contact details. They included a map with the directions. They included a map with the directions. I included some photos in my email to you. I included some photos in my email to you. The course includes practical exercises and theory. The course includes practical exercises and theory. Let's include more people in the discussion. Let's include more people in the discussion.
To continue.
I continue to work hard every day. I continue to work hard every day. She continued talking even though nobody was listening. She continued talking even though nobody was listening. We continued our journey after a short break. We continued our journey after a short break. Please continue with your presentation. Please continue with your presentation. He continued to improve his Spanish skills. He continued to improve his Spanish skills. The rain continued for 3 days without stopping. The rain continued for 3 days without stopping. They continued working late into the night. They continued working late into the night. I continue to believe that we can solve this problem. I continue to believe that we can solve this problem. The story continues in the next chapter. The story continues in the next chapter. Let's continue this conversation tomorrow. Let's continue this conversation tomorrow.
To set.
I set my alarm clock for 6 o'clock every morning. I set my alarm clock for 6 o'clock every morning. She set the table for dinner before the guests arrived. She set the table for dinner before the guests arrived. We set a date for our next meeting. We set a date for our next meeting. Can you set the temperature to 20 degrees? Can you set the temperature to 20 degrees? He set a good example for his younger siblings. He set a good example for his younger siblings. They set off early in the morning to avoid traffic. They set off early in the morning to avoid traffic. I need to set up my new computer. I need to set up my new computer. She set aside some money for her holiday. She set aside some money for her holiday. The sun sets around 8 o'clock in summer. The sun sets around 8 o'clock in summer. Let's set some rules before we start the game. Let's set some rules before we start the game.
To learn.
I learn something new every day. I learn something new every day. She learned to play the guitar when she was 10. She learned to play the guitar when she was 10. We learned about the history of Spain in school. We learned about the history of Spain in school. You can learn a lot from your mistakes. You can learn a lot from your mistakes. He learned Spanish by watching films and reading books. He learned Spanish by watching films and reading books. They learned the hard way that honesty is important. They learned the hard way that honesty is important. I'm learning how to cook Italian food. I'm learning how to cook Italian food. She learned her lesson after failing the exam. She learned her lesson after failing the exam. We need to learn from our past experiences. We need to learn from our past experiences. Children learn languages much faster than adults. Children learn languages much faster than adults.
To change.
I need to change my clothes before going out. I need to change my clothes before going out. She changed her mind about going to university. She changed her mind about going to university. We changed the date of the meeting to next week. We changed the date of the meeting to next week. Can you change this €20 note for smaller ones? Can you change this €20 note for smaller ones? He changed jobs 3 times last year. He changed jobs 3 times last year. The weather changed suddenly and it started raining. The weather changed suddenly and it started raining. They changed the subject when things got uncomfortable. They changed the subject when things got uncomfortable. I changed my phone number last month. I changed my phone number last month. Nothing ever changes in this small town. Nothing ever changes in this small town. Let's change the channel. This program is boring. Let's change the channel. This program is boring.
To lead.
This path leads to the beach. This path leads to the beach. She leads a team of 10 people at work. She leads a team of 10 people at work. We led the way through the dark forest. We led the way through the dark forest. He leads a very healthy lifestyle. He leads a very healthy lifestyle. The investigation led to some surprising discoveries. The investigation led to some surprising discoveries. They led the parade through the city center. They led the parade through the city center. I lead by example in my workplace. I lead by example in my workplace. She led the discussion at the meeting yesterday. She led the discussion at the meeting yesterday. The evidence leads us to believe he's innocent. The evidence leads us to believe he's innocent. He leads a quiet life in the countryside. He leads a quiet life in the countryside.
To understand.
I understand what you're trying to say. I understand what you're trying to say. She understood the instructions perfectly. She understood the instructions perfectly. We understood that the meeting was cancelled. We understood that the meeting was cancelled. Do you understand how this machine works? Do you understand how this machine works? He understands Spanish but doesn't speak it very well. He understands Spanish but doesn't speak it very well. I don't understand why you're so upset. I don't understand why you're so upset. They understood the importance of being on time. They understood the importance of being on time. Let me know if you don't understand anything. Let me know if you don't understand anything. She understood that she had made a mistake. She understood that she had made a mistake. I understand your situation, but I can't help you. I understand your situation, but I can't help you.
To watch.
I watch television every evening after dinner. I watch television every evening after dinner. She watched her children play in the park. She watched her children play in the park. We watched a great film at the cinema last night. We watched a great film at the cinema last night. Watch out, there's a car coming. Watch out, there's a car coming. He watches football matches every weekend. He watches football matches every weekend. They watched the sunset from the beach. They watched the sunset from the beach. I'll watch your bag while you go to the toilet. I'll watch your bag while you go to the toilet. She watches her weight carefully. She watches her weight carefully. We need to watch our spending this month. We need to watch our spending this month. Watch this space for more updates. Watch this space for more updates.
To follow.
I follow the same routine every morning. I follow the same routine every morning. She followed her dreams and became a doctor. She followed her dreams and became a doctor. We followed the instructions carefully. We followed the instructions carefully. Follow me, I know the way to the station. Follow me, I know the way to the station. He follows the news every day. He follows the news every day. They followed the car until it stopped. They followed the car until it stopped. The meeting runs from 2 to 4 o'clock. The meeting runs from 2 to 4 o'clock. She follows a strict diet for health reasons. She follows a strict diet for health reasons. We followed the path through the woods. We followed the path through the woods. The events followed each other quickly. The events followed each other quickly.
To stop.
I stop at the red traffic light. I stop at the red traffic light. She stopped talking when the teacher entered. She stopped talking when the teacher entered. We stopped for lunch at a small restaurant. We stopped for lunch at a small restaurant. Stop. You're going the wrong way. Stop. You're going the wrong way. He stopped smoking 3 years ago. He stopped smoking 3 years ago. They stopped the car to ask for directions. They stopped the car to ask for directions. I can't stop thinking about what happened. I can't stop thinking about what happened. She stopped by my house yesterday afternoon. She stopped by my house yesterday afternoon. The rain stopped just as we arrived. The rain stopped just as we arrived. Nothing can stop me from achieving my goals. Nothing can stop me from achieving my goals.
To create.
I create content for my blog every week. I create content for my blog every week. She created a beautiful painting for the exhibition. She created a beautiful painting for the exhibition. We created a plan to solve the problem. We created a plan to solve the problem. The artist creates amazing sculptures from wood. The artist creates amazing sculptures from wood. He created a new app that helps people learn languages. He created a new app that helps people learn languages. They created a welcoming atmosphere for the guests. They created a welcoming atmosphere for the guests. I want to create something meaningful with my life. I want to create something meaningful with my life. She created confusion by giving wrong information. She created confusion by giving wrong information. We need to create more job opportunities. We need to create more job opportunities. The company created a new position for her. The company created a new position for her.
To speak.
I speak English and Spanish fluently. I speak English and Spanish fluently. She spoke to her boss about getting a raise. She spoke to her boss about getting a raise. We spoke for hours about our future plans. We spoke for hours about our future plans. Can you speak a bit louder? I can't hear you. Can you speak a bit louder? I can't hear you. He speaks 3 languages perfectly. He speaks 3 languages perfectly. They spoke in whispers so nobody would hear. They spoke in whispers so nobody would hear. I need to speak with you about something important. I need to speak with you about something important. She speaks her mind without hesitation. She speaks her mind without hesitation. We spoke about the weather for a while. We spoke about the weather for a while. Generally speaking, I think it's a good idea. Generally speaking, I think it's a good idea.
To read.
I read the newspaper every morning with my coffee. I read the newspaper every morning with my coffee. She reads at least 1 book every month. She reads at least 1 book every month. We read the instructions before starting the project. We read the instructions before starting the project. Can you read this sign? It's too far away. Can you read this sign? It's too far away. He reads scientific articles in his spare time. He reads scientific articles in his spare time. They read the menu carefully before ordering. They read the menu carefully before ordering. I read that the weather will be nice tomorrow. I read that the weather will be nice tomorrow. She reads her children a bedtime story every night. She reads her children a bedtime story every night. We need to read between the lines to understand. We need to read between the lines to understand. He reads people's emotions very well. He reads people's emotions very well.
To allow.
I allow my children to play outside until dark. I allow my children to play outside until dark. She allowed us to use her car for the weekend. She allowed us to use her car for the weekend. We allowed extra time for the journey. We allowed extra time for the journey. The rules don't allow smoking in this building. The rules don't allow smoking in this building. He allowed his emotions to get the better of him. He allowed his emotions to get the better of him. They allowed the students to leave early. They allowed the students to leave early. I can't allow this situation to continue. I can't allow this situation to continue. She allowed herself a small piece of cake. She allowed herself a small piece of cake. We need to allow more time for this task. We need to allow more time for this task. The ticket allows you to visit the museum twice. The ticket allows you to visit the museum twice.
To add.
I add sugar to my coffee every morning. I add sugar to my coffee every morning. She added her name to the list of volunteers. She added her name to the list of volunteers. We added more chairs to the room for the meeting. We added more chairs to the room for the meeting. Can you add these numbers together for me? Can you add these numbers together for me? He added some interesting details to the story. He added some interesting details to the story. They added a new chapter to the book. They added a new chapter to the book. I need to add more information to my report. I need to add more information to my report. She added that she would be late for the meeting. She added that she would be late for the meeting. We added up all the costs and it was expensive. We added up all the costs and it was expensive. Don't forget to add salt to the soup. Don't forget to add salt to the soup.
To spend.
I spend too much money on coffee every month. I spend too much money on coffee every month. She spends her weekends reading and relaxing. She spends her weekends reading and relaxing. We spent 3 hours cleaning the house yesterday. We spent 3 hours cleaning the house yesterday. How much did you spend on that new phone? How much did you spend on that new phone? He spends most of his time at work. He spends most of his time at work. They spent their holiday in the mountains. They spent their holiday in the mountains. I spend my evenings watching television. I spend my evenings watching television. She spent all her savings on the new car. She spent all her savings on the new car. We need to spend more time together. We need to spend more time together. Don't spend all your money in one place. Don't spend all your money in one place.
To grow.
Children grow so fast these days. Children grow so fast these days. She grows vegetables in her garden every summer. She grows vegetables in her garden every summer. We grew tired of waiting and decided to leave. We grew tired of waiting and decided to leave. The company grew from 5 to 50 employees. The company grew from 5 to 50 employees. He grew his hair long during the summer. He grew his hair long during the summer. They grew closer as friends over the years. They grew closer as friends over the years. I grew up in a small village in the countryside. I grew up in a small village in the countryside. The problem grew bigger than we expected. The problem grew bigger than we expected. She grew more confident after the training course. She grew more confident after the training course. We need to grow our business this year. We need to grow our business this year.
To open.
I open the windows every morning to let fresh air in. I open the windows every morning to let fresh air in. She opened the door when she heard the doorbell. She opened the door when she heard the doorbell. We opened a new restaurant in the city center. We opened a new restaurant in the city center. Can you open this jar for me? It's too tight. Can you open this jar for me? It's too tight. He opened his heart and told her everything. He opened his heart and told her everything. They opened the meeting with a brief introduction. They opened the meeting with a brief introduction. I opened the letter with great curiosity. I opened the letter with great curiosity. She opened her eyes and saw the beautiful sunrise. She opened her eyes and saw the beautiful sunrise. The shop opens at 9 o'clock every morning. The shop opens at 9 o'clock every morning. Let's open a bottle of wine to celebrate. Let's open a bottle of wine to celebrate.
To walk.
I walk to work every day because it's close. I walk to work every day because it's close. She walks her dog 3 times a day. She walks her dog 3 times a day. We walked along the beach for hours yesterday. We walked along the beach for hours yesterday. Let's walk to the park instead of driving. Let's walk to the park instead of driving. He walks very fast, I can hardly keep up. He walks very fast, I can hardly keep up. They walked through the forest without getting lost. They walked through the forest without getting lost. I walk for exercise every morning before breakfast. I walk for exercise every morning before breakfast. She walked away from the argument to calm down. She walked away from the argument to calm down. We walked into the room and everyone looked at us. We walked into the room and everyone looked at us. Don't walk on the grass, use the path. Don't walk on the grass, use the path.
To win.
I won first prize in the competition. I won first prize in the competition. She wins every game of chess we play. She wins every game of chess we play. We won the match by 3-1. We won the match by 3-1. He won the lottery last year and bought a house. He won the lottery last year and bought a house. They won the respect of their colleagues. They won the respect of their colleagues. I won her heart with my sense of humor. I won her heart with my sense of humor. She won the argument by presenting clear evidence. She won the argument by presenting clear evidence. We won the contract after months of negotiations. We won the contract after months of negotiations. He won over the audience with his speech. He won over the audience with his speech. You can't win them all, but you can try. You can't win them all, but you can try.
To offer.
I offer to help my neighbors whenever they need it. I offer to help my neighbors whenever they need it. She offered me a cup of coffee when I arrived. She offered me a cup of coffee when I arrived. We offered them a good price for their car. We offered them a good price for their car. Can I offer you something to drink? Can I offer you something to drink? He offered to drive us to the airport. He offered to drive us to the airport. They offered her a job at the new company. They offered her a job at the new company. I offer my apologies for the misunderstanding. I offer my apologies for the misunderstanding. She offered her seat to the elderly woman. She offered her seat to the elderly woman. We offered to pay for dinner but they refused. We offered to pay for dinner but they refused. The job offers excellent opportunities for growth. The job offers excellent opportunities for growth.
To remember.
I remember meeting you at the party last year. I remember meeting you at the party last year. She remembered to buy milk on her way home. She remembered to buy milk on her way home. We remembered our first holiday together fondly. We remembered our first holiday together fondly. Do you remember where we parked the car? Do you remember where we parked the car? He remembered his grandmother's advice. He remembered his grandmother's advice. They remembered to turn off the lights before leaving. They remembered to turn off the lights before leaving. I can't remember her name, but I know her face. I can't remember her name, but I know her face. She remembered the password after thinking for a moment. She remembered the password after thinking for a moment. We remember those who helped us in difficult times. We remember those who helped us in difficult times. Please remember to call me when you arrive. Please remember to call me when you arrive.
To love.
I love spending time with my family. I love spending time with my family. She loves reading books in her spare time. She loves reading books in her spare time. We loved the film we saw last night. We loved the film we saw last night. Do you love chocolate as much as I do? Do you love chocolate as much as I do? He loves his job and never complains about it. He loves his job and never complains about it. They loved each other for over 50 years. They loved each other for over 50 years. I love it when it rains on a Sunday morning. I love it when it rains on a Sunday morning. She loves to travel and explore new places. She loves to travel and explore new places. We love having friends over for dinner. We love having friends over for dinner. He loved the gift you gave him for his birthday. He loved the gift you gave him for his birthday.
To consider.
I consider myself very lucky to have this job. I consider myself very lucky to have this job. She considered moving to a different city. She considered moving to a different city. We need to consider all the options before deciding. We need to consider all the options before deciding. Do you consider this a good investment? Do you consider this a good investment? He considered the problem carefully before answering. He considered the problem carefully before answering. They considered him to be the best candidate. They considered him to be the best candidate. I consider it an honor to work with you. I consider it an honor to work with you. She considered quitting her job but changed her mind. She considered quitting her job but changed her mind. We should consider the consequences of our actions. We should consider the consequences of our actions. He considers himself an expert in this field. He considers himself an expert in this field.
To appear.
The sun appeared from behind the clouds. The sun appeared from behind the clouds. She appeared happy when she heard the good news. She appeared happy when she heard the good news. We appeared to be lost in the middle of nowhere. We appeared to be lost in the middle of nowhere. The actor appeared in many famous films. The actor appeared in many famous films. He appeared suddenly at the door without warning. He appeared suddenly at the door without warning. They appeared to be having a great time at the party. They appeared to be having a great time at the party. I appeared on television once when I was younger. I appeared on television once when I was younger. She appeared confident during the presentation. She appeared confident during the presentation. The problem appeared to be more serious than we thought. The problem appeared to be more serious than we thought. It appears that we've made a mistake. It appears that we've made a mistake.
To buy.
I buy groceries every Saturday morning. I buy groceries every Saturday morning. She bought a new dress for the wedding. She bought a new dress for the wedding. We bought our house 5 years ago. We bought our house 5 years ago. Can you buy some milk on your way home? Can you buy some milk on your way home? He bought tickets for the concert months in advance. He bought tickets for the concert months in advance. They bought a car together after getting married. They bought a car together after getting married. I bought this book because everyone recommended it. I bought this book because everyone recommended it. She bought time by asking for more information. She bought time by asking for more information. We need to buy more food for the party. We need to buy more food for the party. He bought into the idea and decided to invest. He bought into the idea and decided to invest.
To wait.
I wait for the bus every morning at 8 o'clock. I wait for the bus every morning at 8 o'clock. She waited patiently for her turn to speak. She waited patiently for her turn to speak. We waited for over an hour but nobody came. We waited for over an hour but nobody came. Can you wait here while I go inside? Can you wait here while I go inside? He waited until everyone had left before speaking. He waited until everyone had left before speaking. They waited for the rain to stop before going out. They waited for the rain to stop before going out. I can't wait to see you again. I can't wait to see you again. She waited on tables at the restaurant last summer. She waited on tables at the restaurant last summer. We waited for the right moment to tell them. We waited for the right moment to tell them. Don't wait too long to make your decision. Don't wait too long to make your decision.
To serve.
I serve breakfast to my family every morning. I serve breakfast to my family every morning. She served as the president of the club for 2 years. She served as the president of the club for 2 years. We served dinner at 7 o'clock sharp. We served dinner at 7 o'clock sharp. The restaurant serves excellent Italian food. The restaurant serves excellent Italian food. He served in the army for 5 years. He served in the army for 5 years. They served their guests with great hospitality. They served their guests with great hospitality. I served the ball and won the point. I served the ball and won the point. She served her community by volunteering at the hospital. She served her community by volunteering at the hospital. This tool serves many different purposes. This tool serves many different purposes. We need to serve justice in this case. We need to serve justice in this case.
To die.
The flowers died because nobody watered them. The flowers died because nobody watered them. She died peacefully in her sleep at the age of 90. She died peacefully in her sleep at the age of 90. We almost died laughing at his jokes. We almost died laughing at his jokes. The battery died just as I was making an important call. The battery died just as I was making an important call. He died of a heart attack last year. He died of a heart attack last year. They died in a car accident on the motorway. They died in a car accident on the motorway. I'm dying to know what happened next. I'm dying to know what happened next. She died for her country during the war. She died for her country during the war. The fire died down after we added more wood. The fire died down after we added more wood. He died a hero's death saving others. He died a hero's death saving others.
To send.
I send emails to my colleagues every day. I send emails to my colleagues every day. She sent a postcard to her parents from her holiday. She sent a postcard to her parents from her holiday. We sent the package by express delivery. We sent the package by express delivery. Can you send me the report by the end of the day? Can you send me the report by the end of the day? He sent his children to a private school. He sent his children to a private school. They sent for the doctor when she felt ill. They sent for the doctor when she felt ill. I sent him a message but he didn't reply. I sent him a message but he didn't reply. She sent her best wishes for a speedy recovery. She sent her best wishes for a speedy recovery. We sent out invitations to all our friends. We sent out invitations to all our friends. The company sends its employees on training courses. The company sends its employees on training courses.
To build.
I build model aeroplanes as a hobby. I build model aeroplanes as a hobby. She built a successful business from nothing. She built a successful business from nothing. We built a new house on the land we bought. We built a new house on the land we bought. They're building a new bridge across the river. They're building a new bridge across the river. He built up his confidence by practicing every day. He built up his confidence by practicing every day. We need to build a better relationship with our neighbors. We need to build a better relationship with our neighbors. I built this website myself using online tutorials. I built this website myself using online tutorials. She built a reputation for being reliable. She built a reputation for being reliable. They built the castle over 500 years ago. They built the castle over 500 years ago. Let's build on the success of last year's project. Let's build on the success of last year's project.
To stay.
I stay at home on rainy days. I stay at home on rainy days. She stayed with her grandparents during the holidays. She stayed with her grandparents during the holidays. We stayed in a beautiful hotel by the beach. We stayed in a beautiful hotel by the beach. Can you stay here and wait for me? Can you stay here and wait for me? He stayed up all night studying for the exam. He stayed up all night studying for the exam. They stayed friends even after the argument. They stayed friends even after the argument. I stayed calm despite the difficult situation. I stayed calm despite the difficult situation. She stayed behind to help clean up after the party. She stayed behind to help clean up after the party. We stayed in touch after moving to different cities. We stayed in touch after moving to different cities. Stay away from that dog, it looks dangerous. Stay away from that dog, it looks dangerous.
To fall.
I fell down the stairs and hurt my ankle. I fell down the stairs and hurt my ankle. She fell in love with him at first sight. She fell in love with him at first sight. We fell behind schedule because of the bad weather. We fell behind schedule because of the bad weather. The leaves fall from the trees in autumn. The leaves fall from the trees in autumn. He fell asleep during the boring presentation. He fell asleep during the boring presentation. They fell out over a silly misunderstanding. They fell out over a silly misunderstanding. I fell for his lies and believed everything he said. I fell for his lies and believed everything he said. She fell ill after eating something bad. She fell ill after eating something bad. The temperature fell below zero last night. The temperature fell below zero last night. We fell silent when we heard the strange noise. We fell silent when we heard the strange noise.
To cut.
I cut my finger while preparing dinner. I cut my finger while preparing dinner. She cuts her hair short every summer. She cuts her hair short every summer. We cut the cake into equal pieces for everyone. We cut the cake into equal pieces for everyone. Can you cut the grass in the garden, please? Can you cut the grass in the garden, please? He cut costs by reducing unnecessary expenses. He cut costs by reducing unnecessary expenses. They cut the meeting short because of an emergency. They cut the meeting short because of an emergency. I need to cut down on sugar for health reasons. I need to cut down on sugar for health reasons. She cut him off mid-sentence to make her point. She cut him off mid-sentence to make her point. We cut through the park to save time. We cut through the park to save time. The film was cut to remove inappropriate scenes. The film was cut to remove inappropriate scenes.
To reach.
I can't reach the top shelf, I'm too short. I can't reach the top shelf, I'm too short. She reached her goal of running a marathon. She reached her goal of running a marathon. We reached the station just in time for the train. We reached the station just in time for the train. Can you reach me that book from the table? Can you reach me that book from the table? He reached out to his old friend after many years. He reached out to his old friend after many years. They reached an agreement after hours of negotiation. They reached an agreement after hours of negotiation. I reached for my phone but it wasn't there. I reached for my phone but it wasn't there. She reached the age of retirement last month. She reached the age of retirement last month. We reached a decision after discussing all options. We reached a decision after discussing all options. The temperature reached 30 degrees yesterday. The temperature reached 30 degrees yesterday.
To kill.
The hunter killed a deer in the forest. The hunter killed a deer in the forest. She killed the spider with a rolled-up newspaper. She killed the spider with a rolled-up newspaper. We need to kill some time before the meeting starts. We need to kill some time before the meeting starts. The accident killed 3 people and injured many more. The accident killed 3 people and injured many more. He killed the engine and got out of the car. He killed the engine and got out of the car. They killed the project because it was too expensive. They killed the project because it was too expensive. I'm killing myself trying to finish this work on time. I'm killing myself trying to finish this work on time. She killed the lights before going to bed. She killed the lights before going to bed. The joke was so funny it almost killed me. The joke was so funny it almost killed me. We killed 2 birds with 1 stone by combining the trips. We killed 2 birds with 1 stone by combining the trips.
To raise.
I raise my hand when I want to ask a question. I raise my hand when I want to ask a question. She raised 3 children on her own. She raised 3 children on her own. We need to raise money for the charity event. We need to raise money for the charity event. Can you raise your voice? I can't hear you. Can you raise your voice? I can't hear you. He raised the issue during the meeting yesterday. He raised the issue during the meeting yesterday. They raised the price of tickets for the concert. They raised the price of tickets for the concert. I raised my glass to toast the happy couple. I raised my glass to toast the happy couple. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. We raised our children to be independent and responsible. We raised our children to be independent and responsible. The company raised salaries by 10% this year. The company raised salaries by 10% this year.
To pass.
I pass the same shop every day on my way to work. I pass the same shop every day on my way to work. She passed her driving test on the first attempt. She passed her driving test on the first attempt. We passed the time by playing cards. We passed the time by playing cards. Can you pass me the salt, please? Can you pass me the salt, please? He passed away peacefully in his sleep. He passed away peacefully in his sleep. They passed the ball between them during the game. They passed the ball between them during the game. I passed the exam with flying colors. I passed the exam with flying colors. She passed on the message to her colleagues. She passed on the message to her colleagues. We passed through several small towns on our journey. We passed through several small towns on our journey. Time passes so quickly when you're having fun. Time passes so quickly when you're having fun.
To sell.
I sell handmade jewelry at the local market. I sell handmade jewelry at the local market. She sold her car because she didn't need it anymore. She sold her car because she didn't need it anymore. We sold our house and moved to a smaller apartment. We sold our house and moved to a smaller apartment. The shop sells everything you need for your garden. The shop sells everything you need for your garden. He sold his idea to the investors successfully. He sold his idea to the investors successfully. They sold out of tickets for the concert in 1 hour. They sold out of tickets for the concert in 1 hour. I sold my old books online to make some money. I sold my old books online to make some money. She sold herself short by accepting such a low salary. She sold herself short by accepting such a low salary. We need to sell more products this month. We need to sell more products this month. The company sells its products worldwide. The company sells its products worldwide.
To decide.
I decide what to have for dinner every evening. I decide what to have for dinner every evening. She decided to study medicine at university. She decided to study medicine at university. We decided to go on holiday to Italy this summer. We decided to go on holiday to Italy this summer. Have you decided what you want to do yet? Have you decided what you want to do yet? He decided against buying the expensive car. He decided against buying the expensive car. They decided to postpone the meeting until next week. They decided to postpone the meeting until next week. I decided to take a break from work for a few months. I decided to take a break from work for a few months. She decided in favor of the cheaper option. She decided in favor of the cheaper option. We need to decide quickly before it's too late. We need to decide quickly before it's too late. The judge decided that he was innocent. The judge decided that he was innocent.
To return.
I return home from work at 6 o'clock every day. I return home from work at 6 o'clock every day. She returned the book to the library yesterday. She returned the book to the library yesterday. We returned to the same restaurant because the food was excellent. We returned to the same restaurant because the food was excellent. Can you return this call when you have a moment? Can you return this call when you have a moment? He returned the favor by helping me move house. He returned the favor by helping me move house. They returned from their holiday tanned and relaxed. They returned from their holiday tanned and relaxed. I return to this place every year for my holidays. I return to this place every year for my holidays. She returned the gift because it didn't fit. She returned the gift because it didn't fit. We need to return these items to the shop. We need to return these items to the shop. The feeling returned to his fingers after warming them up. The feeling returned to his fingers after warming them up.
To explain.
I explain the rules before we start playing. I explain the rules before we start playing. She explained why she was late for the meeting. She explained why she was late for the meeting. We explained the situation to the police officer. We explained the situation to the police officer. Can you explain how this machine works? Can you explain how this machine works? He explained that he couldn't come because of work. He explained that he couldn't come because of work. They explained the problem in great detail. They explained the problem in great detail. I need to explain myself after what happened. I need to explain myself after what happened. She explained away her absence with a good excuse. She explained away her absence with a good excuse. We explained to the children why they couldn't go out. We explained to the children why they couldn't go out. The teacher explained the lesson clearly to the students. The teacher explained the lesson clearly to the students.
To close.
I close the windows before going to bed. I close the windows before going to bed. She closed the door quietly so as not to wake anyone. She closed the door quietly so as not to wake anyone. We closed the shop early because of the bad weather. We closed the shop early because of the bad weather. Can you close the curtains? It's too bright in here. Can you close the curtains? It's too bright in here. He closed his eyes and tried to relax. He closed his eyes and tried to relax. They closed the deal after weeks of negotiation. They closed the deal after weeks of negotiation. I closed my bank account and opened a new one. I closed my bank account and opened a new one. She closed the book and put it back on the shelf. She closed the book and put it back on the shelf. The restaurant closes at midnight on weekends. The restaurant closes at midnight on weekends. Let's close this discussion and move on to the next topic. Let's close this discussion and move on to the next topic.
To agree.
I agree with you completely on this matter. I agree with you completely on this matter. She agreed to help us with the project. She agreed to help us with the project. We agreed to meet at the coffee shop at 3 o'clock. We agreed to meet at the coffee shop at 3 o'clock. Do you agree that we need to change our approach? Do you agree that we need to change our approach? He agreed to pay half the cost of the repairs. He agreed to pay half the cost of the repairs. They agreed on a price for the house after some negotiation. They agreed on a price for the house after some negotiation. I agree that it's time to make a decision. I agree that it's time to make a decision. She agreed to take on more responsibility at work. She agreed to take on more responsibility at work. We agreed that the meeting was a success. We agreed that the meeting was a success. They couldn't agree on where to go for dinner. They couldn't agree on where to go for dinner.
To support.
I support my local football team every weekend. I support my local football team every weekend. She supports her family by working 2 jobs. She supports her family by working 2 jobs. We supported our friend through a difficult time. We supported our friend through a difficult time. Can you support this shelf while I fix it? Can you support this shelf while I fix it? He supports the idea of working from home. He supports the idea of working from home. They supported the charity with a generous donation. They supported the charity with a generous donation. I support your decision to go back to university. I support your decision to go back to university. She supports herself by selling her artwork. She supports herself by selling her artwork. We need to support each other during this crisis. We need to support each other during this crisis. The evidence supports our theory about what happened. The evidence supports our theory about what happened.
To hit.
I hit my head on the low ceiling. I hit my head on the low ceiling. She hit the ball perfectly and scored a goal. She hit the ball perfectly and scored a goal. We hit heavy traffic on the way to the airport. We hit heavy traffic on the way to the airport. Can you hit the lights? It's getting dark. Can you hit the lights? It's getting dark. He hit the target with his first shot. He hit the target with his first shot. They hit it off immediately and became good friends. They hit it off immediately and became good friends. I hit the brakes when I saw the red light. I hit the brakes when I saw the red light. She hit the nail on the head with her comment. She hit the nail on the head with her comment. We hit a problem when we tried to install the software. We hit a problem when we tried to install the software. The news hit him hard and he was very upset. The news hit him hard and he was very upset.
To produce.
I produce content for my YouTube channel every week. I produce content for my YouTube channel every week. She produced an excellent report for her boss. She produced an excellent report for her boss. We produce organic vegetables on our farm. We produce organic vegetables on our farm. The factory produces thousands of cars every month. The factory produces thousands of cars every month. He produced evidence to support his claim. He produced evidence to support his claim. They produced a film about their travels. They produced a film about their travels. I need to produce better results at work. I need to produce better results at work. She produced a smile despite feeling sad. She produced a smile despite feeling sad. We produce our own electricity using solar panels. We produce our own electricity using solar panels. The meeting produced some interesting ideas. The meeting produced some interesting ideas.
To eat.
I eat breakfast at 7 o'clock every morning. I eat breakfast at 7 o'clock every morning. She eats a lot of fruit and vegetables for her health. She eats a lot of fruit and vegetables for her health. We ate at a lovely restaurant last night. We ate at a lovely restaurant last night. Can you eat all of that? It's a huge portion. Can you eat all of that? It's a huge portion. He eats out at restaurants most weekends. He eats out at restaurants most weekends. They ate their lunch in the park yesterday. They ate their lunch in the park yesterday. I eat too much chocolate, I need to cut down. I eat too much chocolate, I need to cut down. She eats like a bird, she never finishes her meals. She eats like a bird, she never finishes her meals. We ate up all the food at the party. We ate up all the food at the party. Don't eat so fast, you'll get a stomach ache. Don't eat so fast, you'll get a stomach ache.
To cover.
I cover myself with a blanket when I'm cold. I cover myself with a blanket when I'm cold. She covered her face with her hands when she laughed. She covered her face with her hands when she laughed. We covered the table with a beautiful tablecloth. We covered the table with a beautiful tablecloth. Can you cover for me at work tomorrow? I'm sick. Can you cover for me at work tomorrow? I'm sick. He covered the distance in record time. He covered the distance in record time. They covered the story for the local newspaper. They covered the story for the local newspaper. I cover my ears when the music is too loud. I cover my ears when the music is too loud. She covered her tracks so nobody would find out. She covered her tracks so nobody would find out. We need to cover all the topics in the exam. We need to cover all the topics in the exam. The insurance covers damage from natural disasters. The insurance covers damage from natural disasters.
To catch.
I catch the bus to work every morning. I catch the bus to work every morning. She caught the ball perfectly during the game. She caught the ball perfectly during the game. We caught a fish that was too big to keep. We caught a fish that was too big to keep. Can you catch me if I fall? Can you catch me if I fall? He caught a cold after getting caught in the rain. He caught a cold after getting caught in the rain. They caught the thief trying to break into the house. They caught the thief trying to break into the house. I caught her looking at my phone when I wasn't there. I caught her looking at my phone when I wasn't there. She caught up with her friends after being away. She caught up with her friends after being away. We need to catch the train before it leaves. We need to catch the train before it leaves. The fire caught quickly and spread to other buildings. The fire caught quickly and spread to other buildings.
To draw.
I draw pictures in my notebook during boring meetings. I draw pictures in my notebook during boring meetings. She draws beautifully and sells her artwork online. She draws beautifully and sells her artwork online. We drew a map to help them find our house. We drew a map to help them find our house. Can you draw me a picture of your family? Can you draw me a picture of your family? He drew the curtains to let in more light. He drew the curtains to let in more light. They drew lots to decide who would go first. They drew lots to decide who would go first. I draw inspiration from nature for my paintings. I draw inspiration from nature for my paintings. She drew attention to the problem at the meeting. She drew attention to the problem at the meeting. We drew closer to the fire to keep warm. We drew closer to the fire to keep warm. The match drew a large crowd of spectators. The match drew a large crowd of spectators.
To choose.
I choose to walk to work instead of driving. I choose to walk to work instead of driving. She chose the red dress over the blue one. She chose the red dress over the blue one. We chose to stay home rather than go out in the rain. We chose to stay home rather than go out in the rain. Can you choose a film for us to watch tonight? Can you choose a film for us to watch tonight? He chose his words carefully before speaking. He chose his words carefully before speaking. They chose the restaurant for their anniversary dinner. They chose the restaurant for their anniversary dinner. I choose to believe that people are generally good. I choose to believe that people are generally good. She chose to study abroad for a year. She chose to study abroad for a year. We need to choose between these two options. We need to choose between these two options. The team chose him as their new captain. The team chose him as their new captain.
To cause.
I didn't mean to cause you any trouble. I didn't mean to cause you any trouble. She caused an accident by driving too fast. She caused an accident by driving too fast. We don't know what caused the power cut. We don't know what caused the power cut. The heavy rain caused flooding in several areas. The heavy rain caused flooding in several areas. He caused a lot of problems with his careless attitude. He caused a lot of problems with his careless attitude. They caused confusion by giving wrong information. They caused confusion by giving wrong information. I caused a delay by arriving late to the meeting. I caused a delay by arriving late to the meeting. She caused quite a stir with her announcement. She caused quite a stir with her announcement. We need to find out what caused the fire. We need to find out what caused the fire. The medicine caused some unpleasant side effects. The medicine caused some unpleasant side effects.
To push.
I push the door open when my hands are full. I push the door open when my hands are full. She pushed her way through the crowded street. She pushed her way through the crowded street. We pushed the car to the side of the road. We pushed the car to the side of the road. Don't push me, I'm going as fast as I can. Don't push me, I'm going as fast as I can. He pushed himself too hard and got exhausted. He pushed himself too hard and got exhausted. They pushed for changes in the company policy. They pushed for changes in the company policy. I push my children to do their best at school. I push my children to do their best at school. She pushed the deadline back by 1 week. She pushed the deadline back by 1 week. We need to push forward with our plans. We need to push forward with our plans. The button pushes in easily when you press it. The button pushes in easily when you press it.
To pull.
I pull the door closed behind me. I pull the door closed behind me. She pulled her hair back into a ponytail. She pulled her hair back into a ponytail. We pulled the weeds from the garden yesterday. We pulled the weeds from the garden yesterday. Can you pull me up? I can't reach the top. Can you pull me up? I can't reach the top. He pulled a muscle while playing football. He pulled a muscle while playing football. They pulled together to finish the project on time. They pulled together to finish the project on time. I pull my chair closer to the table. I pull my chair closer to the table. She pulled out of the parking space carefully. She pulled out of the parking space carefully. We pulled an all-nighter to finish the assignment. We pulled an all-nighter to finish the assignment. The train pulled into the station right on time. The train pulled into the station right on time.
To break.
I break my routine by going on holiday. I break my routine by going on holiday. She broke her leg when she fell down the stairs. She broke her leg when she fell down the stairs. We broke the news to them gently. We broke the news to them gently. Can you break this €20 note for me? Can you break this €20 note for me? He broke the world record in the 100-meter race. He broke the world record in the 100-meter race. They broke up after dating for 3 years. They broke up after dating for 3 years. I broke the silence by asking a question. I broke the silence by asking a question. She broke down in tears when she heard the news. She broke down in tears when she heard the news. We need to break this problem down into smaller parts. We need to break this problem down into smaller parts. The day breaks early in summer. The day breaks early in summer.
To receive.
I receive emails from my boss every day. I receive emails from my boss every day. She received a beautiful gift for her birthday. She received a beautiful gift for her birthday. We received excellent service at the restaurant. We received excellent service at the restaurant. Did you receive my message yesterday? Did you receive my message yesterday? He received a warm welcome when he arrived. He received a warm welcome when he arrived. They received permission to use the building. They received permission to use the building. I receive visitors every Tuesday afternoon. I receive visitors every Tuesday afternoon. She received her degree from the university last year. She received her degree from the university last year. We received some bad news about the project. We received some bad news about the project. The patient received treatment at the hospital. The patient received treatment at the hospital.
To join.
I join my friends for coffee every Saturday morning. I join my friends for coffee every Saturday morning. She joined the company last month as a new employee. She joined the company last month as a new employee. We joined the queue and waited our turn. We joined the queue and waited our turn. Can you join these two pieces of wood together? Can you join these two pieces of wood together? He joined the army when he was 18. He joined the army when he was 18. They joined forces to complete the project faster. They joined forces to complete the project faster. I joined the gym to get in better shape. I joined the gym to get in better shape. She joined in the conversation enthusiastically. She joined in the conversation enthusiastically. We joined the club to meet new people. We joined the club to meet new people. The two rivers join at this point. The two rivers join at this point.
To order.
I order pizza for dinner when I'm too tired to cook. I order pizza for dinner when I'm too tired to cook. She ordered everyone to leave the building immediately. She ordered everyone to leave the building immediately. We ordered our food and waited for it to arrive. We ordered our food and waited for it to arrive. Can you order me a coffee while I find a table? Can you order me a coffee while I find a table? He ordered the books online and they arrived the next day. He ordered the books online and they arrived the next day. They ordered the room to be cleaned before the guests arrived. They ordered the room to be cleaned before the guests arrived. I order my life by making lists and schedules. I order my life by making lists and schedules. She ordered her thoughts before making the presentation. She ordered her thoughts before making the presentation. We ordered the events chronologically in our report. We ordered the events chronologically in our report. The judge ordered the case to be reviewed. The judge ordered the case to be reviewed.
To supply.
I supply the office with fresh coffee every morning. I supply the office with fresh coffee every morning. She supplied all the materials needed for the project. She supplied all the materials needed for the project. We supply local restaurants with fresh vegetables. We supply local restaurants with fresh vegetables. Can you supply me with more information about this? Can you supply me with more information about this? He supplied the answer when nobody else could. He supplied the answer when nobody else could. They supplied the equipment for the event. They supplied the equipment for the event. I supply my own tools when I work on projects. I supply my own tools when I work on projects. She supplied evidence to support her claim. She supplied evidence to support her claim. We need to supply more resources for this task. We need to supply more resources for this task. The company supplies products to customers worldwide. The company supplies products to customers worldwide.
To worry.
I worry about my children when they're out late. I worry about my children when they're out late. She worries too much about things she can't control. She worries too much about things she can't control. We worried that we might miss our flight. We worried that we might miss our flight. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Don't worry, everything will be fine. He worries about his health constantly. He worries about his health constantly. They worried about the weather ruining their outdoor event. They worried about the weather ruining their outdoor event. I worry that I'm not doing enough to help. I worry that I'm not doing enough to help. She worries herself sick over small problems. She worries herself sick over small problems. We shouldn't worry about things that haven't happened yet. We shouldn't worry about things that haven't happened yet. The situation worries me more than I'd like to admit. The situation worries me more than I'd like to admit.
To notice.
I notice that you've changed your hair. I notice that you've changed your hair. She noticed a strange smell coming from the kitchen. She noticed a strange smell coming from the kitchen. We noticed that the shop was closed when we arrived. We noticed that the shop was closed when we arrived. Did you notice how quiet it was in the room? Did you notice how quiet it was in the room? He noticed her looking at him from across the room. He noticed her looking at him from across the room. They noticed a change in his behavior recently. They noticed a change in his behavior recently. I notice you're wearing a new watch. I notice you're wearing a new watch. She noticed the mistake immediately and corrected it. She noticed the mistake immediately and corrected it. We noticed that prices have gone up again. We noticed that prices have gone up again. Nobody noticed when I left the party early. Nobody noticed when I left the party early.
To finish.
I finish work at 5 o'clock every day. I finish work at 5 o'clock every day. She finished her homework before dinner. She finished her homework before dinner. We finished the project ahead of schedule. We finished the project ahead of schedule. Can you finish this report by tomorrow? Can you finish this report by tomorrow? He finished the race in first place. He finished the race in first place. They finished off all the food at the party. They finished off all the food at the party. I finish my coffee and leave for work. I finish my coffee and leave for work. She finished her degree last year. She finished her degree last year. We need to finish this discussion before lunch. We need to finish this discussion before lunch. The film finished at midnight. The film finished at midnight.
To present.
I present my ideas to the team every Monday. I present my ideas to the team every Monday. She presented her research at the conference. She presented her research at the conference. We presented a gift to our teacher at the end of term. We presented a gift to our teacher at the end of term. Can you present the report to the board next week? Can you present the report to the board next week? He presented himself well during the job interview. He presented himself well during the job interview. They presented the award to the winner. They presented the award to the winner. I present my apologies for the delay. I present my apologies for the delay. She presented a strong argument in favor of the proposal. She presented a strong argument in favor of the proposal. We presented our findings to the committee. We presented our findings to the committee. The opportunity presented itself and I took it. The opportunity presented itself and I took it.
To compare.
I compare prices before buying anything expensive. I compare prices before buying anything expensive. She compared the two job offers carefully. She compared the two job offers carefully. We compared notes after the exam to see how we did. We compared notes after the exam to see how we did. Can you compare these two products for me? Can you compare these two products for me? He compared his situation to that of his friends. He compared his situation to that of his friends. They compared the results from both experiments. They compared the results from both experiments. I compare myself to others too often. I compare myself to others too often. She compared the old and new versions of the software. She compared the old and new versions of the software. We compared the weather here to that in Spain. We compared the weather here to that in Spain. There's no comparing the two, they're completely different. There's no comparing the two, they're completely different.
To accept.
I accept your apology and let's move on. I accept your apology and let's move on. She accepted the job offer after thinking it over. She accepted the job offer after thinking it over. We accepted their invitation to the wedding. We accepted their invitation to the wedding. Can you accept this gift as a token of my appreciation? Can you accept this gift as a token of my appreciation? He accepted the challenge and started training immediately. He accepted the challenge and started training immediately. They accepted the terms and conditions without reading them. They accepted the terms and conditions without reading them. I accept that I made a mistake. I accept that I made a mistake. She accepted responsibility for what happened. She accepted responsibility for what happened. We accepted defeat gracefully and congratulated the winners. We accepted defeat gracefully and congratulated the winners. The university accepted her application. The university accepted her application.
To realize.
I realize now that I was wrong about that. I realize now that I was wrong about that. She realized her dream of becoming a doctor. She realized her dream of becoming a doctor. We realized we had forgotten the keys when we got home. We realized we had forgotten the keys when we got home. Do you realize how important this decision is? Do you realize how important this decision is? He realized his mistake too late to fix it. He realized his mistake too late to fix it. They realized the project would take longer than expected. They realized the project would take longer than expected. I realize that I need to work harder. I realize that I need to work harder. She realized her potential after taking the course. She realized her potential after taking the course. We realized we were lost when we saw the sign. We realized we were lost when we saw the sign. The company realized a profit for the first time this year. The company realized a profit for the first time this year.
To prepare.
I prepare breakfast for my family every morning. I prepare breakfast for my family every morning. She prepared thoroughly for the job interview. She prepared thoroughly for the job interview. We prepared a surprise party for her birthday. We prepared a surprise party for her birthday. Can you prepare the documents for tomorrow's meeting? Can you prepare the documents for tomorrow's meeting? He prepared himself for the difficult conversation ahead. He prepared himself for the difficult conversation ahead. They prepared the room for the guest's arrival. They prepared the room for the guest's arrival. I prepare my lessons the night before. I prepare my lessons the night before. She prepared a delicious meal for us. She prepared a delicious meal for us. We need to prepare for the worst-case scenario. We need to prepare for the worst-case scenario. The students prepared for their exams all week. The students prepared for their exams all week.
To improve.
I improve my Spanish by practicing every day. I improve my Spanish by practicing every day. She improved her grades significantly this semester. She improved her grades significantly this semester. We improved the design of our website last month. We improved the design of our website last month. Can you improve this report before submitting it? Can you improve this report before submitting it? He improved his health by exercising regularly. He improved his health by exercising regularly. They improved the service after receiving complaints. They improved the service after receiving complaints. I improve my cooking skills by trying new recipes. I improve my cooking skills by trying new recipes. She improved her time in the race by 10 seconds. She improved her time in the race by 10 seconds. We need to improve our communication with customers. We need to improve our communication with customers. The weather improved as the day went on. The weather improved as the day went on.
To mention.
I mention your name in my report about the project. I mention your name in my report about the project. She mentioned that she might be late for the meeting. She mentioned that she might be late for the meeting. We mentioned the problem but nobody seemed to care. We mentioned the problem but nobody seemed to care. Did you mention this to your boss? Did you mention this to your boss? He mentioned in passing that he was moving house. He mentioned in passing that he was moving house. They mentioned several possible solutions to the problem. They mentioned several possible solutions to the problem. I mention it because I think it's important. I mention it because I think it's important. She mentioned her concerns about the new policy. She mentioned her concerns about the new policy. We mentioned the idea but decided against it. We mentioned the idea but decided against it. Don't mention it, it was nothing. Don't mention it, it was nothing.
To suggest.
I suggest we meet at the coffee shop at 3 o'clock. I suggest we meet at the coffee shop at 3 o'clock. She suggested going to the cinema instead of staying home. She suggested going to the cinema instead of staying home. We suggested several options but they didn't like any of them. We suggested several options but they didn't like any of them. Can you suggest a good restaurant for dinner? Can you suggest a good restaurant for dinner? He suggested that we should leave early to avoid traffic. He suggested that we should leave early to avoid traffic. They suggested a different approach to solving the problem. They suggested a different approach to solving the problem. I suggest you think about it before making a decision. I suggest you think about it before making a decision. She suggested I should apply for the job. She suggested I should apply for the job. We suggested meeting halfway between our two cities. We suggested meeting halfway between our two cities. The evidence suggests that he was telling the truth. The evidence suggests that he was telling the truth.
To reduce.
I reduce my spending by cooking at home more often. I reduce my spending by cooking at home more often. She reduced her working hours to spend more time with family. She reduced her working hours to spend more time with family. We reduced the price to attract more customers. We reduced the price to attract more customers. Can you reduce the noise? I'm trying to concentrate. Can you reduce the noise? I'm trying to concentrate. He reduced the recipe to half because we're only 2 people. He reduced the recipe to half because we're only 2 people. They reduced the speed limit on this road. They reduced the speed limit on this road. I need to reduce my stress levels. I need to reduce my stress levels. She reduced the file size so it would upload faster. She reduced the file size so it would upload faster. We reduced waste by recycling more. We reduced waste by recycling more. The medicine reduced the pain significantly. The medicine reduced the pain significantly.
To establish.
I establish a routine to help me stay organized. I establish a routine to help me stay organized. She established her own business 5 years ago. She established her own business 5 years ago. We established a good relationship with our new neighbors. We established a good relationship with our new neighbors. Can you establish when this problem first started? Can you establish when this problem first started? He established himself as an expert in the field. He established himself as an expert in the field. They established the company in 1995. They established the company in 1995. I establish clear rules for my children. I establish clear rules for my children. She established a reputation for being reliable. She established a reputation for being reliable. We need to establish better communication channels. We need to establish better communication channels. The research established a link between diet and health. The research established a link between diet and health.
To determine.
I determine my schedule based on my priorities. I determine my schedule based on my priorities. She determined to finish the project on time. She determined to finish the project on time. We determined the cause of the problem after investigation. We determined the cause of the problem after investigation. Can you determine how long this will take? Can you determine how long this will take? He determined that the best course of action was to wait. He determined that the best course of action was to wait. They determined the winner based on the scores. They determined the winner based on the scores. I determined to work harder this year. I determined to work harder this year. She determined the price by comparing similar products. She determined the price by comparing similar products. We determined that it wasn't worth the risk. We determined that it wasn't worth the risk. The test will determine your level of Spanish. The test will determine your level of Spanish.
To relate.
I relate to your situation because I've been there too. I relate to your situation because I've been there too. She related the story of her travels to her friends. She related the story of her travels to her friends. We related the problem to similar issues we'd seen before. We related the problem to similar issues we'd seen before. Can you relate this information to what we learned yesterday? Can you relate this information to what we learned yesterday? He relates well to children and makes a great teacher. He relates well to children and makes a great teacher. They related their experiences during the trip. They related their experiences during the trip. I relate the symptoms to a possible allergy. I relate the symptoms to a possible allergy. She relates to the character in the book. She relates to the character in the book. We need to relate these findings to our research. We need to relate these findings to our research. The two events relate to each other in an interesting way. The two events relate to each other in an interesting way.
To require.
I require your help with this difficult task. I require your help with this difficult task. She required more time to complete the assignment. She required more time to complete the assignment. We require all employees to attend the training session. We require all employees to attend the training session. Does this job require any special qualifications? Does this job require any special qualifications? He required medical attention after the accident. He required medical attention after the accident. They required proof of identity before processing the application. They required proof of identity before processing the application. I require complete silence when I'm working. I require complete silence when I'm working. She required an explanation for what happened. She required an explanation for what happened. We require payment in advance for this service. We require payment in advance for this service. The situation requires immediate action. The situation requires immediate action.
To report.
I report to my boss every Monday morning. I report to my boss every Monday morning. She reported the accident to the police immediately. She reported the accident to the police immediately. We reported our findings to the committee. We reported our findings to the committee. Can you report back to me when you've finished? Can you report back to me when you've finished? He reported for duty at 8 o'clock sharp. He reported for duty at 8 o'clock sharp. They reported the problem to the technical support team. They reported the problem to the technical support team. I report the news for a local television station. I report the news for a local television station. She reported that everything was going according to plan. She reported that everything was going according to plan. We need to report this incident to the authorities. We need to report this incident to the authorities. The newspaper reported on the event in detail. The newspaper reported on the event in detail.
To indicate.
I indicate my intention to turn by using my indicator. I indicate my intention to turn by using my indicator. She indicated that she would be late for the meeting. She indicated that she would be late for the meeting. We indicated our preference by raising our hands. We indicated our preference by raising our hands. Can you indicate where the problem is? Can you indicate where the problem is? He indicated his approval with a nod of his head. He indicated his approval with a nod of his head. They indicated that they were ready to proceed. They indicated that they were ready to proceed. I indicate my interest by asking questions. I indicate my interest by asking questions. She indicated the direction with a wave of her hand. She indicated the direction with a wave of her hand. We indicated our agreement by signing the document. We indicated our agreement by signing the document. The signs indicate that we're going the right way. The signs indicate that we're going the right way.
To express.
I express my feelings through writing. I express my feelings through writing. She expressed her gratitude for all the help she received. She expressed her gratitude for all the help she received. We expressed our concerns about the new policy. We expressed our concerns about the new policy. Can you express your opinion more clearly? Can you express your opinion more clearly? He expressed his disappointment at not getting the job. He expressed his disappointment at not getting the job. They expressed interest in buying the house. They expressed interest in buying the house. I express myself better in writing than in speech. I express myself better in writing than in speech. She expressed her love for him in a letter. She expressed her love for him in a letter. We expressed our thanks to everyone who helped. We expressed our thanks to everyone who helped. The painting expresses the artist's emotions beautifully. The painting expresses the artist's emotions beautifully.
To maintain.
I maintain my car by getting it serviced regularly. I maintain my car by getting it serviced regularly. She maintains a healthy lifestyle by exercising daily. She maintains a healthy lifestyle by exercising daily. We maintained our friendship despite living far apart. We maintained our friendship despite living far apart. Can you maintain this level of quality? Can you maintain this level of quality? He maintains that he is innocent of all charges. He maintains that he is innocent of all charges. They maintained the building in excellent condition. They maintained the building in excellent condition. I maintain contact with my old school friends. I maintain contact with my old school friends. She maintains her garden beautifully throughout the year. She maintains her garden beautifully throughout the year. We need to maintain our focus on the main goal. We need to maintain our focus on the main goal. The company maintains high standards of customer service. The company maintains high standards of customer service.
To solve.
I solve crossword puzzles in my spare time. I solve crossword puzzles in my spare time. She solved the math problem in just a few minutes. She solved the math problem in just a few minutes. We solved the mystery after finding the missing clue. We solved the mystery after finding the missing clue. Can you solve this puzzle for me? Can you solve this puzzle for me? He solved the conflict between the two departments. He solved the conflict between the two departments. They solved the technical issue by restarting the system. They solved the technical issue by restarting the system. I solve problems by breaking them down into smaller parts. I solve problems by breaking them down into smaller parts. She solved the equation using a different method. She solved the equation using a different method. We need to solve this issue before it gets worse. We need to solve this issue before it gets worse. The team solved the challenge together. The team solved the challenge together.
To perform.
I perform my duties to the best of my ability. I perform my duties to the best of my ability. She performed beautifully in the school play. She performed beautifully in the school play. We performed the experiment 3 times to verify the results. We performed the experiment 3 times to verify the results. Can you perform this task by yourself? Can you perform this task by yourself? He performed well in his new job from the start. He performed well in his new job from the start. They performed a traditional dance at the festival. They performed a traditional dance at the festival. I perform magic tricks for children's parties. I perform magic tricks for children's parties. She performed surgery on the patient successfully. She performed surgery on the patient successfully. We need to perform better if we want to win. We need to perform better if we want to win. The band performed their greatest hits at the concert. The band performed their greatest hits at the concert.
To achieve.
I achieve my goals by working hard every day. I achieve my goals by working hard every day. She achieved her dream of becoming a doctor. She achieved her dream of becoming a doctor. We achieved great success with our new product. We achieved great success with our new product. Can you achieve this target by the end of the month? Can you achieve this target by the end of the month? He achieved fame and fortune through his hard work. He achieved fame and fortune through his hard work. They achieved their best results ever this year. They achieved their best results ever this year. I achieve more when I have clear objectives. I achieve more when I have clear objectives. She achieved recognition for her contributions. She achieved recognition for her contributions. We achieved a balance between work and family life. We achieved a balance between work and family life. The team achieved victory in the final match. The team achieved victory in the final match.
To collect.
I collect stamps as a hobby. I collect stamps as a hobby. She collected her children from school every afternoon. She collected her children from school every afternoon. We collected money for charity at the event. We collected money for charity at the event. Can you collect the dry cleaning on your way home? Can you collect the dry cleaning on your way home? He collected data for his research project. He collected data for his research project. They collected signatures for the petition. They collected signatures for the petition. I collect seashells when I go to the beach. I collect seashells when I go to the beach. She collected her thoughts before making the decision. She collected her thoughts before making the decision. We collected evidence to support our case. We collected evidence to support our case. The museum collects artifacts from ancient civilizations. The museum collects artifacts from ancient civilizations.
To save.
I save money every month for my holidays. I save money every month for my holidays. She saved the document before closing the computer. She saved the document before closing the computer. We saved a lot of time by taking the shortcut. We saved a lot of time by taking the shortcut. Can you save me a seat at the concert? Can you save me a seat at the concert? He saved the child from drowning in the pool. He saved the child from drowning in the pool. They saved their best performance for the final. They saved their best performance for the final. I save all my important files in the cloud. I save all my important files in the cloud. She saved up enough money to buy a car. She saved up enough money to buy a car. We saved the company from bankruptcy. We saved the company from bankruptcy. The discount saved us 20% on the total price. The discount saved us 20% on the total price.
To avoid.
I avoid driving during rush hour if possible. I avoid driving during rush hour if possible. She avoided answering the difficult question. She avoided answering the difficult question. We avoided the traffic by taking a different route. We avoided the traffic by taking a different route. Can you avoid making that noise? It's very distracting. Can you avoid making that noise? It's very distracting. He avoided eye contact when he was lying. He avoided eye contact when he was lying. They avoided the topic because it was too sensitive. They avoided the topic because it was too sensitive. I avoid eating too much sugar for health reasons. I avoid eating too much sugar for health reasons. She avoided her ex-boyfriend at the party. She avoided her ex-boyfriend at the party. We need to avoid making the same mistake twice. We need to avoid making the same mistake twice. The medicine helps avoid infection after surgery. The medicine helps avoid infection after surgery.
To check.
I check my emails first thing every morning. I check my emails first thing every morning. She checked the time before leaving the house. She checked the time before leaving the house. We checked the weather forecast before planning the picnic. We checked the weather forecast before planning the picnic. Can you check if the door is locked? Can you check if the door is locked? He checked his phone for messages constantly. He checked his phone for messages constantly. They checked into the hotel at 3 o'clock. They checked into the hotel at 3 o'clock. I check my bank balance online every week. I check my bank balance online every week. She checked the recipe before starting to cook. She checked the recipe before starting to cook. We need to check the facts before publishing the article. We need to check the facts before publishing the article. The doctor checked his patient's blood pressure. The doctor checked his patient's blood pressure.
To discover.
I discover new music by listening to different radio stations. I discover new music by listening to different radio stations. She discovered a beautiful beach while on holiday. She discovered a beautiful beach while on holiday. We discovered that we had a lot in common. We discovered that we had a lot in common. Can you help me discover what went wrong? Can you help me discover what went wrong? He discovered his passion for photography later in life. He discovered his passion for photography later in life. They discovered a new species of bird in the forest. They discovered a new species of bird in the forest. I discovered that I was allergic to nuts. I discovered that I was allergic to nuts. She discovered her talent for singing at a young age. She discovered her talent for singing at a young age. We discovered the truth after investigating further. We discovered the truth after investigating further. The archaeologists discovered ancient ruins under the city. The archaeologists discovered ancient ruins under the city.
To examine.
I examine the evidence carefully before making a decision. I examine the evidence carefully before making a decision. She examined the patient thoroughly before making a diagnosis. She examined the patient thoroughly before making a diagnosis. We examined all the options before choosing one. We examined all the options before choosing one. Can you examine this document and tell me what you think? Can you examine this document and tell me what you think? He examined the painting closely to determine if it was authentic. He examined the painting closely to determine if it was authentic. They examined the crime scene for clues. They examined the crime scene for clues. I examine my mistakes to learn from them. I examine my mistakes to learn from them. She examined her reflection in the mirror. She examined her reflection in the mirror. We need to examine this problem from different angles. We need to examine this problem from different angles. The teacher examined the students on their knowledge of history. The teacher examined the students on their knowledge of history.
To recognize.
I recognize that I need to work harder. I recognize that I need to work harder. She recognized her old friend from across the street. She recognized her old friend from across the street. We recognized the importance of the decision we were making. We recognized the importance of the decision we were making. Can you recognize this song? It's very popular. Can you recognize this song? It's very popular. He recognized his mistake and apologized immediately. He recognized his mistake and apologized immediately. They recognized her achievements with an award. They recognized her achievements with an award. I recognize your voice even on the phone. I recognize your voice even on the phone. She recognized the building from the photograph. She recognized the building from the photograph. We recognized that we needed help and asked for it. We recognized that we needed help and asked for it. The government recognized the new country's independence. The government recognized the new country's independence.
To encourage.
I encourage my children to read books every day. I encourage my children to read books every day. She encouraged me to apply for the job. She encouraged me to apply for the job. We encouraged our friend to pursue her dreams. We encouraged our friend to pursue her dreams. Can you encourage him to keep trying? Can you encourage him to keep trying? He encouraged the team with a motivational speech. He encouraged the team with a motivational speech. They encouraged recycling by providing more bins. They encouraged recycling by providing more bins. I encourage everyone to participate in the discussion. I encourage everyone to participate in the discussion. She encouraged her students to ask questions. She encouraged her students to ask questions. We encouraged innovation in our company. We encouraged innovation in our company. The positive feedback encouraged her to continue. The positive feedback encouraged her to continue.
To protect.
I protect my skin from the sun by wearing sunscreen. I protect my skin from the sun by wearing sunscreen. She protected her children from danger. She protected her children from danger. We protected the environment by reducing waste. We protected the environment by reducing waste. Can you protect this information from being leaked? Can you protect this information from being leaked? He protected his friend from the bullies. He protected his friend from the bullies. They protected the building with security cameras. They protected the building with security cameras. I protect my password by changing it regularly. I protect my password by changing it regularly. She protected her reputation by being honest. She protected her reputation by being honest. We need to protect endangered species. We need to protect endangered species. The law protects workers' rights. The law protects workers' rights.
To prevent.
I prevent accidents by driving carefully. I prevent accidents by driving carefully. She prevented the fire from spreading by calling the fire brigade. She prevented the fire from spreading by calling the fire brigade. We prevented the problem from getting worse. We prevented the problem from getting worse. Can you prevent this from happening again? Can you prevent this from happening again? He prevented the thief from escaping. He prevented the thief from escaping. They prevented the disease by getting vaccinated. They prevented the disease by getting vaccinated. I prevent arguments by communicating clearly. I prevent arguments by communicating clearly. She prevented her children from watching too much television. She prevented her children from watching too much television. We need to prevent this situation from occurring. We need to prevent this situation from occurring. The medicine prevents infection after surgery. The medicine prevents infection after surgery.
To treat.
I treat my guests with respect and kindness. I treat my guests with respect and kindness. She treated her friends to dinner at a fancy restaurant. She treated her friends to dinner at a fancy restaurant. We treated the wood to protect it from weather damage. We treated the wood to protect it from weather damage. Can you treat this as urgent? Can you treat this as urgent? He treated the patient for his illness. He treated the patient for his illness. They treated the water to make it safe to drink. They treated the water to make it safe to drink. I treat myself to a massage once a month. I treat myself to a massage once a month. She treated the subject with great care. She treated the subject with great care. We treated the stain before washing the clothes. We treated the stain before washing the clothes. The doctor treated his patients with compassion. The doctor treated his patients with compassion.
To handle.
I handle difficult situations calmly and professionally. I handle difficult situations calmly and professionally. She handled the customer complaint very well. She handled the customer complaint very well. We handled the project from start to finish. We handled the project from start to finish. Can you handle this responsibility? Can you handle this responsibility? He handled the fragile package with great care. He handled the fragile package with great care. They handled the crisis effectively. They handled the crisis effectively. I handle all the administrative tasks in our office. I handle all the administrative tasks in our office. She handled the pressure of the exam well. She handled the pressure of the exam well. We need to handle this matter carefully. We need to handle this matter carefully. The company handles thousands of orders every day. The company handles thousands of orders every day.
To manage.
I manage my time by making a daily schedule. I manage my time by making a daily schedule. She manages a team of 20 people at work. She manages a team of 20 people at work. We managed to finish the project on time. We managed to finish the project on time. Can you manage to carry all these boxes by yourself? Can you manage to carry all these boxes by yourself? He manages the family business successfully. He manages the family business successfully. They managed to escape from the burning building. They managed to escape from the burning building. I manage my finances carefully to avoid debt. I manage my finances carefully to avoid debt. She manages to balance work and family life. She manages to balance work and family life. We managed the crisis by working together. We managed the crisis by working together. The restaurant manages to serve hundreds of customers daily. The restaurant manages to serve hundreds of customers daily.
To develop.
I develop my skills by practicing regularly. I develop my skills by practicing regularly. She developed a new app for mobile phones. She developed a new app for mobile phones. We developed a strong friendship over the years. We developed a strong friendship over the years. Can you develop this idea further? Can you develop this idea further? He developed a passion for photography. He developed a passion for photography. They developed the area into a shopping center. They developed the area into a shopping center. I develop photos in my darkroom at home. I develop photos in my darkroom at home. She developed a better understanding of the problem. She developed a better understanding of the problem. We need to develop new strategies for success. We need to develop new strategies for success. The child developed quickly and learned to walk early. The child developed quickly and learned to walk early.
To increase.
I increase my exercise routine gradually. I increase my exercise routine gradually. She increased her salary by negotiating with her boss. She increased her salary by negotiating with her boss. We increased production to meet the demand. We increased production to meet the demand. Can you increase the volume? I can't hear the music. Can you increase the volume? I can't hear the music. He increased his knowledge by reading more books. He increased his knowledge by reading more books. They increased the price of tickets for the concert. They increased the price of tickets for the concert. I increase my savings by cutting unnecessary expenses. I increase my savings by cutting unnecessary expenses. She increased her chances of success by working harder. She increased her chances of success by working harder. We need to increase awareness about this issue. We need to increase awareness about this issue. The temperature increased throughout the day. The temperature increased throughout the day.
To decrease.
I decrease my sugar intake for health reasons. I decrease my sugar intake for health reasons. She decreased her working hours to spend more time with family. She decreased her working hours to spend more time with family. We decreased the price to attract more customers. We decreased the price to attract more customers. Can you decrease the noise? It's too loud. Can you decrease the noise? It's too loud. He decreased his stress levels by meditating daily. He decreased his stress levels by meditating daily. They decreased the number of employees due to budget cuts. They decreased the number of employees due to budget cuts. I decrease my spending by cooking at home more. I decrease my spending by cooking at home more. She decreased the speed when she saw the red light. She decreased the speed when she saw the red light. We need to decrease our carbon footprint. We need to decrease our carbon footprint. The pain decreased after taking the medicine. The pain decreased after taking the medicine.
To remove.
I remove my shoes before entering the house. I remove my shoes before entering the house. She removed the stain from her dress successfully. She removed the stain from her dress successfully. We removed the old furniture to make room for new pieces. We removed the old furniture to make room for new pieces. Can you remove this file from my computer? Can you remove this file from my computer? He removed his hat when he entered the building. He removed his hat when he entered the building. They removed the obstacle from the road. They removed the obstacle from the road. I remove makeup before going to bed. I remove makeup before going to bed. She removed her name from the list of participants. She removed her name from the list of participants. We need to remove all traces of the old system. We need to remove all traces of the old system. The doctor removed the patient's appendix. The doctor removed the patient's appendix.
To replace.
I replace the batteries in my remote control regularly. I replace the batteries in my remote control regularly. She replaced her old car with a new one. She replaced her old car with a new one. We replaced the broken window with a new one. We replaced the broken window with a new one. Can you replace me at the meeting tomorrow? Can you replace me at the meeting tomorrow? He replaced the manager when she went on holiday. He replaced the manager when she went on holiday. They replaced the old system with a more efficient one. They replaced the old system with a more efficient one. I replace my toothbrush every 3 months. I replace my toothbrush every 3 months. She replaced sugar with honey in her tea. She replaced sugar with honey in her tea. We need to replace the damaged equipment. We need to replace the damaged equipment. The company replaced all its computers last year. The company replaced all its computers last year.
To fail.
I fail to understand why you're so upset. I fail to understand why you're so upset. She failed her driving test 3 times before passing. She failed her driving test 3 times before passing. We failed to reach our sales target this month. We failed to reach our sales target this month. The brakes failed and the car crashed. The brakes failed and the car crashed. They failed to show up for the meeting. They failed to show up for the meeting.
To succeed.
I succeed in my goals by working hard every day. I succeed in my goals by working hard every day. She succeeded in passing all her exams. She succeeded in passing all her exams. We succeeded in convincing them to join us. We succeeded in convincing them to join us. He succeeded his father as the company director. He succeeded his father as the company director. They succeeded where others had failed. They succeeded where others had failed.
To attempt.
I attempt to learn a new language every year. I attempt to learn a new language every year. She attempted to climb the mountain but had to turn back. She attempted to climb the mountain but had to turn back. We attempted to solve the problem together. We attempted to solve the problem together. He attempted to escape but was caught. He attempted to escape but was caught. They attempted the world record but fell short. They attempted the world record but fell short.
To complete.
I complete my homework before watching television. I complete my homework before watching television. She completed her degree in just 3 years. She completed her degree in just 3 years. We completed the project ahead of schedule. We completed the project ahead of schedule. He completed the marathon despite the pain. He completed the marathon despite the pain. They completed the renovation in record time. They completed the renovation in record time.
To contain.
I contain my excitement when I receive good news. I contain my excitement when I receive good news. She contained her anger and remained calm. She contained her anger and remained calm. We contained the fire before it spread further. We contained the fire before it spread further. The box contains all my old photographs. The box contains all my old photographs. They contained the virus outbreak effectively. They contained the virus outbreak effectively.
To represent.
I represent my company at international conferences. I represent my company at international conferences. She represents her country in the Olympic Games. She represents her country in the Olympic Games. We represented our school in the debate competition. We represented our school in the debate competition. The red color represents danger in many cultures. The red color represents danger in many cultures. They represented the interests of their clients. They represented the interests of their clients.
To concern.
I concern myself with my own problems first. I concern myself with my own problems first. She concerned herself with the welfare of others. She concerned herself with the welfare of others. We concerned ourselves with finding a solution. We concerned ourselves with finding a solution. This matter doesn't concern you, so stay out of it. This matter doesn't concern you, so stay out of it. They concerned themselves with environmental issues. They concerned themselves with environmental issues.
To involve.
I involve my team in all important decisions. I involve my team in all important decisions. She involved herself in local charity work. She involved herself in local charity work. We involved the children in planning the party. We involved the children in planning the party. The job involves a lot of travel. The job involves a lot of travel. They involved experts in solving the problem. They involved experts in solving the problem.
To result.
I hope this will result in a positive outcome. I hope this will result in a positive outcome. She resulted in getting the job after the interview. She resulted in getting the job after the interview. We resulted in finding a solution after hours of discussion. We resulted in finding a solution after hours of discussion. The accident resulted in several injuries. The accident resulted in several injuries. Their hard work resulted in success. Their hard work resulted in success.
To occur.
I hope this doesn't occur again in the future. I hope this doesn't occur again in the future. She occurred to me that we should call them. She occurred to me that we should call them. We occurred to realize we were going the wrong way. We occurred to realize we were going the wrong way. The accident occurred at 3 o'clock this morning. The accident occurred at 3 o'clock this morning. It occurred to them that they had forgotten the keys. It occurred to them that they had forgotten the keys.
To refer.
I refer to my notes when I need to remember something. I refer to my notes when I need to remember something. She referred the patient to a specialist. She referred the patient to a specialist. We referred to the manual for instructions. We referred to the manual for instructions. He referred to his previous experience in the interview. He referred to his previous experience in the interview. They referred the matter to the committee. They referred the matter to the committee.
To apply.
I apply sunscreen before going to the beach. I apply sunscreen before going to the beach. She applied for the job last week. She applied for the job last week. We applied the new rules to everyone equally. We applied the new rules to everyone equally. He applied himself to his studies and improved his grades. He applied himself to his studies and improved his grades. They applied for a loan to buy the house. They applied for a loan to buy the house.
To focus.
I focus on my work and ignore distractions. I focus on my work and ignore distractions. She focused her attention on the problem at hand. She focused her attention on the problem at hand. We focused on finding a solution together. We focused on finding a solution together. He focused the camera on the beautiful sunset. He focused the camera on the beautiful sunset. They focused their efforts on the most important task. They focused their efforts on the most important task.
To respond.
I respond to emails within 24 hours. I respond to emails within 24 hours. She responded quickly to the emergency situation. She responded quickly to the emergency situation. We responded to their invitation with enthusiasm. We responded to their invitation with enthusiasm. He responded well to the treatment. He responded well to the treatment. They responded to the criticism by improving their work. They responded to the criticism by improving their work.
To depend.
I depend on public transport to get to work. I depend on public transport to get to work. She depended on her friends for support during difficult times. She depended on her friends for support during difficult times. We depend on good weather for our outdoor event. We depend on good weather for our outdoor event. He depends on his parents for financial help. He depends on his parents for financial help. The success depends on everyone working together. The success depends on everyone working together.
To reflect.
I reflect on my day before going to sleep. I reflect on my day before going to sleep. She reflected the sunlight with a mirror. She reflected the sunlight with a mirror. We reflected on what we had learned from the experience. We reflected on what we had learned from the experience. The water reflected the beautiful mountains. The water reflected the beautiful mountains. They reflected on their mistakes to avoid repeating them. They reflected on their mistakes to avoid repeating them.
To identify.
I identify problems before they become serious. I identify problems before they become serious. She identified the suspect from the police lineup. She identified the suspect from the police lineup. We identified the cause of the problem quickly. We identified the cause of the problem quickly. He identified himself as a police officer. He identified himself as a police officer. They identified several areas for improvement. They identified several areas for improvement.
To select.
I select the best candidates for the job. I select the best candidates for the job. She selected a beautiful dress for the wedding. She selected a beautiful dress for the wedding. We selected the restaurant based on online reviews. We selected the restaurant based on online reviews. He selected his words carefully before speaking. He selected his words carefully before speaking. They selected the team members for the project. They selected the team members for the project.
To arrange.
I arrange my schedule to fit everything in. I arrange my schedule to fit everything in. She arranged the flowers beautifully in the vase. She arranged the flowers beautifully in the vase. We arranged a meeting for next Tuesday. We arranged a meeting for next Tuesday. He arranged the furniture to create more space. He arranged the furniture to create more space. They arranged for someone to pick us up at the airport. They arranged for someone to pick us up at the airport.
To obtain.
I obtain permission before using someone else's property. I obtain permission before using someone else's property. She obtained her degree from a prestigious university. She obtained her degree from a prestigious university. We obtained the necessary documents for the visa. We obtained the necessary documents for the visa. He obtained valuable information from the research. He obtained valuable information from the research. They obtained funding for their project. They obtained funding for their project.
To extend.
I extend my hand to greet new people. I extend my hand to greet new people. She extended her stay in the city by another week. She extended her stay in the city by another week. We extended the deadline to give everyone more time. We extended the deadline to give everyone more time. He extended an invitation to all his colleagues. He extended an invitation to all his colleagues. They extended the building to add more office space. They extended the building to add more office space.
To connect.
I connect my phone to the Wi-Fi network. I connect my phone to the Wi-Fi network. She connected the printer to her computer. She connected the printer to her computer. We connected with old friends at the reunion. We connected with old friends at the reunion. He connected the dots and understood the situation. He connected the dots and understood the situation. They connected the two cities with a new bridge. They connected the two cities with a new bridge.
To separate.
I separate my work clothes from my casual clothes. I separate my work clothes from my casual clothes. She separated the egg whites from the yolks. She separated the egg whites from the yolks. We separated into two groups for the activity. We separated into two groups for the activity. He separated from his wife last year. He separated from his wife last year. They separated the good apples from the bad ones. They separated the good apples from the bad ones.
To combine.
I combine work and pleasure when I travel for business. I combine work and pleasure when I travel for business. She combined different ingredients to make the sauce. She combined different ingredients to make the sauce. We combined our efforts to finish the project faster. We combined our efforts to finish the project faster. He combined his two hobbies into a successful business. He combined his two hobbies into a successful business. They combined the two companies into one. They combined the two companies into one.
To divide.
I divide my time between work and family. I divide my time between work and family. She divided the cake into equal pieces for everyone. She divided the cake into equal pieces for everyone. We divided the work among team members. We divided the work among team members. He divided the class into small groups. He divided the class into small groups. They divided the profits equally among partners. They divided the profits equally among partners.
To measure.
I measure ingredients carefully when I bake. I measure ingredients carefully when I bake. She measured the room before buying new furniture. She measured the room before buying new furniture. We measured the distance between the 2 points. We measured the distance between the 2 points. He measured his progress by keeping a journal. He measured his progress by keeping a journal. They measured the temperature every hour. They measured the temperature every hour.
To calculate.
I calculate my expenses every month. I calculate my expenses every month. She calculated the total cost before making the purchase. She calculated the total cost before making the purchase. We calculated the distance using a map. We calculated the distance using a map. He calculated the risk before investing. He calculated the risk before investing. They calculated the average score for the class. They calculated the average score for the class.
To count.
I count my money before going shopping. I count my money before going shopping. She counted the people in the room. She counted the people in the room. We counted on your help to finish the project. We counted on your help to finish the project. He counted to 10 before responding. He counted to 10 before responding. They counted the votes after the election. They counted the votes after the election.
To distinguish.
I distinguish between right and wrong easily. I distinguish between right and wrong easily. She distinguished herself by winning the competition. She distinguished herself by winning the competition. We distinguished the real painting from the fake one. We distinguished the real painting from the fake one. He distinguished the different bird calls. He distinguished the different bird calls. They distinguished themselves through hard work. They distinguished themselves through hard work.
To investigate.
I investigate problems thoroughly before solving them. I investigate problems thoroughly before solving them. She investigated the cause of the accident. She investigated the cause of the accident. We investigated the company before investing. We investigated the company before investing. He investigated the mysterious disappearance. He investigated the mysterious disappearance. They investigated the complaint and took action. They investigated the complaint and took action.
To analyze.
I analyze data to find patterns and trends. I analyze data to find patterns and trends. She analyzed the situation before making a decision. She analyzed the situation before making a decision. We analyzed the results of the experiment. We analyzed the results of the experiment. He analyzed the poem for its deeper meaning. He analyzed the poem for its deeper meaning. They analyzed the market before launching the product. They analyzed the market before launching the product.
To evaluate.
I evaluate my performance at the end of each month. I evaluate my performance at the end of each month. She evaluated the students' work fairly. She evaluated the students' work fairly. We evaluated the proposal before accepting it. We evaluated the proposal before accepting it. He evaluated the risks before making the investment. He evaluated the risks before making the investment. They evaluated the effectiveness of the new system. They evaluated the effectiveness of the new system.
To assess.
I assess the situation before taking action. I assess the situation before taking action. She assessed the damage after the storm. She assessed the damage after the storm. We assessed the needs of the community. We assessed the needs of the community. He assessed the value of the antique furniture. He assessed the value of the antique furniture. They assessed the students' progress throughout the year. They assessed the students' progress throughout the year.
To judge.
I try not to judge people before I know them. I try not to judge people before I know them. She judged the competition fairly. She judged the competition fairly. We judged the book by its cover and were wrong. We judged the book by its cover and were wrong. He judged the distance incorrectly and missed the target. He judged the distance incorrectly and missed the target. They judged the quality of the work to be excellent. They judged the quality of the work to be excellent.
To conclude.
I conclude from the evidence that he is innocent. I conclude from the evidence that he is innocent. She concluded her speech with a powerful message. She concluded her speech with a powerful message. We concluded the meeting with a summary of decisions. We concluded the meeting with a summary of decisions. He concluded that the project was not feasible. He concluded that the project was not feasible. They concluded the investigation after finding the truth. They concluded the investigation after finding the truth.
To summarize.
I summarize the main points at the end of my presentation. I summarize the main points at the end of my presentation. She summarized the article in just a few sentences. She summarized the article in just a few sentences. We summarized what we learned from the experience. We summarized what we learned from the experience. He summarized the book for his book club. He summarized the book for his book club. They summarized the meeting's outcomes in an email. They summarized the meeting's outcomes in an email.
To describe.
I describe my feelings in my diary. I describe my feelings in my diary. She described the suspect to the police. She described the suspect to the police. We described the beautiful sunset to our friends. We described the beautiful sunset to our friends. He described the process step by step. He described the process step by step. They described their holiday in great detail. They described their holiday in great detail.
To define.
I define success as being happy with what you do. I define success as being happy with what you do. She defined the problem clearly before trying to solve it. She defined the problem clearly before trying to solve it. We defined our goals at the beginning of the project. We defined our goals at the beginning of the project. He defined the word for the students. He defined the word for the students. They defined the rules of the game before starting. They defined the rules of the game before starting.
To demonstrate.
I demonstrate how to use the software to new employees. I demonstrate how to use the software to new employees. She demonstrated her skills during the interview. She demonstrated her skills during the interview. We demonstrated against the new policy. We demonstrated against the new policy. He demonstrated the new product to potential customers. He demonstrated the new product to potential customers. They demonstrated that their theory was correct. They demonstrated that their theory was correct.
To illustrate.
I illustrate my point with a simple example. I illustrate my point with a simple example. She illustrated the children's book with beautiful drawings. She illustrated the children's book with beautiful drawings. We illustrated the presentation with charts and graphs. We illustrated the presentation with charts and graphs. He illustrated his argument with real-life examples. He illustrated his argument with real-life examples. They illustrated the concept using a diagram. They illustrated the concept using a diagram.
To prove.
I need to prove my identity with a passport. I need to prove my identity with a passport. She proved her innocence with solid evidence. She proved her innocence with solid evidence. We proved that our method was more effective. We proved that our method was more effective. He proved himself to be a reliable employee. He proved himself to be a reliable employee. They proved the theorem mathematically. They proved the theorem mathematically.
To confirm.
I confirm my attendance at the meeting tomorrow. I confirm my attendance at the meeting tomorrow. She confirmed the reservation by phone. She confirmed the reservation by phone. We confirmed the date and time for the event. We confirmed the date and time for the event. He confirmed that he would be there on time. He confirmed that he would be there on time. They confirmed the news with multiple sources. They confirmed the news with multiple sources.
To deny.
I deny any involvement in the incident. I deny any involvement in the incident. She denied the accusations against her. She denied the accusations against her. We denied access to unauthorized personnel. We denied access to unauthorized personnel. He denied himself the pleasure of eating dessert. He denied himself the pleasure of eating dessert. They denied the request for additional funding. They denied the request for additional funding.
To admit.
I admit that I made a mistake. I admit that I made a mistake. She admitted the patient to the hospital. She admitted the patient to the hospital. We admitted defeat after a long battle. We admitted defeat after a long battle. He admitted to feeling nervous before the presentation. He admitted to feeling nervous before the presentation. They admitted only members to the exclusive club. They admitted only members to the exclusive club.
To claim.
I claim my luggage at the airport baggage claim. I claim my luggage at the airport baggage claim. She claimed that she had never seen him before. She claimed that she had never seen him before. We claimed the prize after winning the competition. We claimed the prize after winning the competition. He claimed responsibility for the project's success. He claimed responsibility for the project's success. They claimed their rights under the law. They claimed their rights under the law.
To argue.
I argue with my brother about politics sometimes. I argue with my brother about politics sometimes. She argued her case convincingly in court. She argued her case convincingly in court. We argued about where to go on holiday. We argued about where to go on holiday. He argued that the plan would not work. He argued that the plan would not work. They argued for hours without reaching an agreement. They argued for hours without reaching an agreement.
To debate.
I debate important issues with my friends. I debate important issues with my friends. She debated whether to accept the job offer. She debated whether to accept the job offer. We debated the pros and cons of the proposal. We debated the pros and cons of the proposal. He debated the topic with his opponent. He debated the topic with his opponent. They debated the issue for the entire meeting. They debated the issue for the entire meeting.
To discuss.
I discuss my problems with my best friend. I discuss my problems with my best friend. She discussed the project details with her team. She discussed the project details with her team. We discussed the weather while waiting for the bus. We discussed the weather while waiting for the bus. He discussed his concerns with the manager. He discussed his concerns with the manager. They discussed the possibility of working together. They discussed the possibility of working together.
To negotiate.
I negotiate my salary before accepting a job. I negotiate my salary before accepting a job. She negotiated a better price for the car. She negotiated a better price for the car. We negotiated the terms of the contract. We negotiated the terms of the contract. He negotiated with the seller to lower the price. He negotiated with the seller to lower the price. They negotiated a peace treaty between the two countries. They negotiated a peace treaty between the two countries.
To compromise.
I compromise when we can't agree on something. I compromise when we can't agree on something. She compromised her principles for the job. She compromised her principles for the job. We compromised and chose a restaurant we both liked. We compromised and chose a restaurant we both liked. He compromised on the price to close the deal. He compromised on the price to close the deal. They compromised to find a solution that worked for everyone. They compromised to find a solution that worked for everyone.
To convince.
I convince my friend to come to the party. I convince my friend to come to the party. She convinced her parents to let her study abroad. She convinced her parents to let her study abroad. We convinced them to join our team. We convinced them to join our team. He convinced himself that everything would be fine. He convinced himself that everything would be fine. They convinced the jury of his innocence. They convinced the jury of his innocence.
To persuade.
I persuade my children to eat their vegetables. I persuade my children to eat their vegetables. She persuaded him to change his mind. She persuaded him to change his mind. We persuaded our boss to give us more time. We persuaded our boss to give us more time. He persuaded the committee to approve the proposal. He persuaded the committee to approve the proposal. They persuaded us to try the new restaurant. They persuaded us to try the new restaurant.
To influence.
I try not to let others influence my decisions. I try not to let others influence my decisions. She influenced many young people with her writing. She influenced many young people with her writing. We influenced the outcome by voting together. We influenced the outcome by voting together. He influenced the design of the new building. He influenced the design of the new building. They influenced public opinion with their campaign. They influenced public opinion with their campaign.
To affect.
I hope this won't affect our friendship. I hope this won't affect our friendship. She affected a British accent when she moved to London. She affected a British accent when she moved to London. We affected change in our community through volunteering. We affected change in our community through volunteering. He affected an air of confidence despite being nervous. He affected an air of confidence despite being nervous. The weather affected our plans for the picnic. The weather affected our plans for the picnic.
To impact.
I hope my words will impact you positively. I hope my words will impact you positively. She impacted the lives of many through her charity work. She impacted the lives of many through her charity work. We impacted the environment by reducing waste. We impacted the environment by reducing waste. He impacted the company's success with his leadership. He impacted the company's success with his leadership. They impacted the community with their innovative project. They impacted the community with their innovative project.
To transform.
I transform my garden every spring with new plants. I transform my garden every spring with new plants. She transformed the old house into a beautiful home. She transformed the old house into a beautiful home. We transformed our business model to adapt to changes. We transformed our business model to adapt to changes. He transformed himself through hard work and dedication. He transformed himself through hard work and dedication. They transformed the empty lot into a community park. They transformed the empty lot into a community park.
To convert.
I convert my documents to PDF format before sending. I convert my documents to PDF format before sending. She converted the spare room into an office. She converted the spare room into an office. We converted euros to dollars at the bank. We converted euros to dollars at the bank. He converted to a different religion later in life. He converted to a different religion later in life. They converted the old factory into luxury apartments. They converted the old factory into luxury apartments.
To adapt.
I adapt my teaching style to each student's needs. I adapt my teaching style to each student's needs. She adapted quickly to her new job. She adapted quickly to her new job. We adapted the recipe to use local ingredients. We adapted the recipe to use local ingredients. He adapted the novel into a screenplay. He adapted the novel into a screenplay. They adapted to the new regulations without problems. They adapted to the new regulations without problems.
To adjust.
I adjust my schedule to fit in all my appointments. I adjust my schedule to fit in all my appointments. She adjusted the temperature on the air conditioning. She adjusted the temperature on the air conditioning. We adjusted our plans when it started raining. We adjusted our plans when it started raining. He adjusted his glasses before reading. He adjusted his glasses before reading. They adjusted to the new time zone quickly. They adjusted to the new time zone quickly.
To modify.
I modify my approach based on the situation. I modify my approach based on the situation. She modified the recipe to make it healthier. She modified the recipe to make it healthier. We modified the design to meet the client's requirements. We modified the design to meet the client's requirements. He modified his behavior after receiving feedback. He modified his behavior after receiving feedback. They modified the contract to include new terms. They modified the contract to include new terms.
To alter.
I alter my route to avoid traffic. I alter my route to avoid traffic. She altered her dress to make it fit better. She altered her dress to make it fit better. We altered our strategy after the first attempt failed. We altered our strategy after the first attempt failed. He altered the document before printing it. He altered the document before printing it. They altered the course of history with their discovery. They altered the course of history with their discovery.
To revise.
I revise my notes before every exam. I revise my notes before every exam. She revised her essay 3 times before submitting it. She revised her essay 3 times before submitting it. We revised the budget to account for unexpected costs. We revised the budget to account for unexpected costs. He revised his opinion after hearing the evidence. He revised his opinion after hearing the evidence. They revised the plan based on new information. They revised the plan based on new information.
To correct.
I correct my mistakes as soon as I notice them. I correct my mistakes as soon as I notice them. She corrected the spelling errors in the document. She corrected the spelling errors in the document. We corrected our course when we realized we were lost. We corrected our course when we realized we were lost. He corrected the student's pronunciation gently. He corrected the student's pronunciation gently. They corrected the misunderstanding immediately. They corrected the misunderstanding immediately.
To fix.
I fix my bicycle when it breaks down. I fix my bicycle when it breaks down. She fixed the problem with her computer. She fixed the problem with her computer. We fixed the date for our next meeting. We fixed the date for our next meeting. He fixed his eyes on the horizon. He fixed his eyes on the horizon. They fixed the price at €50. They fixed the price at €50.
To repair.
I repair broken items instead of throwing them away. I repair broken items instead of throwing them away. She repaired the relationship with her friend. She repaired the relationship with her friend. We repaired the damage caused by the storm. We repaired the damage caused by the storm. He repaired his car at the local garage. He repaired his car at the local garage. They repaired the bridge after the accident. They repaired the bridge after the accident.
To restore.
I restore old furniture as a hobby. I restore old furniture as a hobby. She restored her energy with a good night's sleep. She restored her energy with a good night's sleep. We restored the painting to its original condition. We restored the painting to its original condition. He restored order after the chaos. He restored order after the chaos. They restored the building to its former glory. They restored the building to its former glory.
To recover.
I recover from my illness with rest and medicine. I recover from my illness with rest and medicine. She recovered her lost wallet from the police station. She recovered her lost wallet from the police station. We recovered the data from the damaged hard drive. We recovered the data from the damaged hard drive. He recovered quickly from the surgery. He recovered quickly from the surgery. They recovered their losses after the initial setback. They recovered their losses after the initial setback.
To preserve.
I preserve old family photos in special albums. I preserve old family photos in special albums. She preserved the fruit by making jam. She preserved the fruit by making jam. We preserved the historic building for future generations. We preserved the historic building for future generations. He preserved his memories in a journal. He preserved his memories in a journal. They preserved the tradition by passing it down to their children. They preserved the tradition by passing it down to their children.
To conserve.
I conserve water by taking shorter showers. I conserve water by taking shorter showers. She conserved her energy for the final race. She conserved her energy for the final race. We conserved electricity by turning off unused lights. We conserved electricity by turning off unused lights. He conserved the ancient artifacts in a museum. He conserved the ancient artifacts in a museum. They conserved the natural habitat of the animals. They conserved the natural habitat of the animals.
To defend.
I defend my opinions when I believe they're right. I defend my opinions when I believe they're right. She defended her thesis successfully. She defended her thesis successfully. We defended our country during the war. We defended our country during the war. He defended his client in court. He defended his client in court. They defended their title as champions. They defended their title as champions.
To guard.
I guard my personal information carefully. I guard my personal information carefully. She guarded the entrance to the building. She guarded the entrance to the building. We guarded our secrets from outsiders. We guarded our secrets from outsiders. He guarded the valuable painting day and night. He guarded the valuable painting day and night. They guarded against potential threats. They guarded against potential threats.
To secure.
I secure my house by locking all the doors. I secure my house by locking all the doors. She secured a loan from the bank. She secured a loan from the bank. We secured the area before the event. We secured the area before the event. He secured his position with excellent work. He secured his position with excellent work. They secured the perimeter of the building. They secured the perimeter of the building.
To ensure.
I ensure that all windows are closed before leaving. I ensure that all windows are closed before leaving. She ensured everyone had a copy of the document. She ensured everyone had a copy of the document. We ensured the safety of all participants. We ensured the safety of all participants. He ensured the quality of the product before shipping. He ensured the quality of the product before shipping. They ensured that the rules were followed. They ensured that the rules were followed.
To guarantee.
I guarantee that this product will last for years. I guarantee that this product will last for years. She guaranteed her students would pass the exam. She guaranteed her students would pass the exam. We guaranteed delivery within 3 days. We guaranteed delivery within 3 days. He guaranteed the quality of his work. He guaranteed the quality of his work. They guaranteed a refund if not satisfied. They guaranteed a refund if not satisfied.
To promise.
I promise to be there on time. I promise to be there on time. She promised to help me with the project. She promised to help me with the project. We promised ourselves we would exercise more. We promised ourselves we would exercise more. He promised his daughter a trip to the zoo. He promised his daughter a trip to the zoo. They promised to keep the secret. They promised to keep the secret.
To commit.
I commit myself to finishing this project on time. I commit myself to finishing this project on time. She committed herself to learning Spanish. She committed herself to learning Spanish. We committed to meeting every week. We committed to meeting every week. He committed a crime and was arrested. He committed a crime and was arrested. They committed resources to the new initiative. They committed resources to the new initiative.
To trust.
I trust my best friend with all my secrets. I trust my best friend with all my secrets. She trusted her instincts and made the right decision. She trusted her instincts and made the right decision. We trust that everything will work out in the end. We trust that everything will work out in the end. He trusted the doctor's advice and followed it. He trusted the doctor's advice and followed it. They trusted each other completely. They trusted each other completely.
To rely.
I rely on public transport to get to work. I rely on public transport to get to work. She relied on her family for support during difficult times. She relied on her family for support during difficult times. We rely on good weather for our outdoor event. We rely on good weather for our outdoor event. He relied on his experience to solve the problem. He relied on his experience to solve the problem. They relied on each other to complete the project. They relied on each other to complete the project.
To bet.
I bet you can't finish this in 1 hour. I bet you can't finish this in 1 hour. She bet all her money on the winning horse. She bet all her money on the winning horse. We bet on the outcome of the football match. We bet on the outcome of the football match. He bet that it would rain today. He bet that it would rain today. They bet against the favorite team. They bet against the favorite team.
To risk.
I risk losing my job if I'm late again. I risk losing my job if I'm late again. She risked everything to start her own business. She risked everything to start her own business. We risked our lives to save the drowning child. We risked our lives to save the drowning child. He risked his reputation by speaking out. He risked his reputation by speaking out. They risked failure by trying something new. They risked failure by trying something new.
To dare.
I dare you to jump into the cold water. I dare you to jump into the cold water. She dared to speak up against the injustice. She dared to speak up against the injustice. We dared to dream big and pursue our goals. We dared to dream big and pursue our goals. He dared not tell his parents about the accident. He dared not tell his parents about the accident. They dared to challenge the established rules. They dared to challenge the established rules.
To challenge.
I challenge myself to learn something new every day. I challenge myself to learn something new every day. She challenged the decision and asked for a review. She challenged the decision and asked for a review. We challenged them to a game of chess. We challenged them to a game of chess. He challenged the traditional way of thinking. He challenged the traditional way of thinking. They challenged the authority of the government. They challenged the authority of the government.
To compete.
I compete in swimming competitions every summer. I compete in swimming competitions every summer. She competed against the best athletes in the world. She competed against the best athletes in the world. We compete with other companies for customers. We compete with other companies for customers. He competed for the scholarship and won it. He competed for the scholarship and won it. They competed in the national championship. They competed in the national championship.
To win.
I win first prize in the competition. I win first prize in the competition. She wins every game of chess we play. She wins every game of chess we play. We won the match by 3-1. We won the match by 3-1. He won the lottery last year and bought a house. He won the lottery last year and bought a house. They won the respect of their colleagues. They won the respect of their colleagues.
To lose.
I always lose my keys, I'm so forgetful. I always lose my keys, I'm so forgetful. She lost her job when the company closed down. She lost her job when the company closed down. We lost the match by just 1 point. We lost the match by just 1 point. He lost his wallet on the way to work. He lost his wallet on the way to work. They lost their way in the forest and had to ask for help. They lost their way in the forest and had to ask for help.
To defeat.
I defeat my opponent in every chess game. I defeat my opponent in every chess game. She defeated all her competitors in the race. She defeated all her competitors in the race. We defeated the enemy army in the battle. We defeated the enemy army in the battle. He defeated his fear of heights by climbing the mountain. He defeated his fear of heights by climbing the mountain. They defeated the proposal with a strong argument. They defeated the proposal with a strong argument.
To beat.
I beat the eggs before adding them to the mixture. I beat the eggs before adding them to the mixture. She beat her personal record in the marathon. She beat her personal record in the marathon. We beat the traffic by leaving early. We beat the traffic by leaving early. He beat his opponent in the tennis match. He beat his opponent in the tennis match. They beat the deadline by finishing early. They beat the deadline by finishing early.
To surrender.
I surrender to the fact that I can't control everything. I surrender to the fact that I can't control everything. She surrendered her passport at the border. She surrendered her passport at the border. We surrendered to the police after the robbery. We surrendered to the police after the robbery. He surrendered his weapons to the authorities. He surrendered his weapons to the authorities. They surrendered after realizing they couldn't win. They surrendered after realizing they couldn't win.
To resist.
I resist the temptation to eat too much chocolate. I resist the temptation to eat too much chocolate. She resisted the urge to check her phone during the meeting. She resisted the urge to check her phone during the meeting. We resisted the enemy's attack for 3 days. We resisted the enemy's attack for 3 days. He resisted arrest and tried to escape. He resisted arrest and tried to escape. They resisted the changes to the company policy. They resisted the changes to the company policy.
To struggle.
I struggle to wake up early in the morning. I struggle to wake up early in the morning. She struggled with the difficult math problem. She struggled with the difficult math problem. We struggled against the strong wind while walking. We struggled against the strong wind while walking. He struggled to make ends meet with his low salary. He struggled to make ends meet with his low salary. They struggled to understand the complex instructions. They struggled to understand the complex instructions.
To fight.
I fight for what I believe in. I fight for what I believe in. She fought against discrimination in the workplace. She fought against discrimination in the workplace. We fought the fire until the firefighters arrived. We fought the fire until the firefighters arrived. He fought for his country during the war. He fought for his country during the war. They fought over who would pay the bill. They fought over who would pay the bill.
To battle.
I battle my fear of public speaking every day. I battle my fear of public speaking every day. She battled cancer for 2 years before recovering. She battled cancer for 2 years before recovering. We battled the storm to reach the shore safely. We battled the storm to reach the shore safely. He battled his way through the crowd. He battled his way through the crowd. They battled against the unfair treatment. They battled against the unfair treatment.
To attack.
I attack my work with enthusiasm every morning. I attack my work with enthusiasm every morning. She attacked the problem from a different angle. She attacked the problem from a different angle. We attacked the enemy position at dawn. We attacked the enemy position at dawn. He attacked the proposal with strong arguments. He attacked the proposal with strong arguments. They attacked the issue head-on without hesitation. They attacked the issue head-on without hesitation.
To escape.
I escape from my daily routine by going on holiday. I escape from my daily routine by going on holiday. She escaped from the burning building through the window. She escaped from the burning building through the window. We escaped the rain by running into the nearest shop. We escaped the rain by running into the nearest shop. He escaped punishment by telling the truth. He escaped punishment by telling the truth. They escaped from prison and were later recaptured. They escaped from prison and were later recaptured.
To hide.
I hide my feelings when I'm upset. I hide my feelings when I'm upset. She hid the present in the closet before the party. She hid the present in the closet before the party. We hid behind the tree to surprise our friend. We hid behind the tree to surprise our friend. He hid the truth from his parents. He hid the truth from his parents. They hid from the police after the robbery. They hid from the police after the robbery.
To reveal.
I reveal my plans only to my closest friends. I reveal my plans only to my closest friends. She revealed the secret after being asked directly. She revealed the secret after being asked directly. We revealed the surprise party at the last moment. We revealed the surprise party at the last moment. He revealed his true identity to everyone. He revealed his true identity to everyone. They revealed the results of the investigation. They revealed the results of the investigation.
To expose.
I expose my skin to the sun for just a few minutes. I expose my skin to the sun for just a few minutes. She exposed the corruption in the government. She exposed the corruption in the government. We exposed the fraud through careful investigation. We exposed the fraud through careful investigation. He exposed himself to danger by going alone. He exposed himself to danger by going alone. They exposed the truth about what really happened. They exposed the truth about what really happened.
To search.
I search for my glasses every morning. I search for my glasses every morning. She searched the internet for information about the topic. She searched the internet for information about the topic. We searched the entire house for the missing document. We searched the entire house for the missing document. He searched his memory for the answer. He searched his memory for the answer. They searched for survivors after the earthquake. They searched for survivors after the earthquake.
To seek.
I seek advice from experienced people. I seek advice from experienced people. She sought help when she couldn't solve the problem. She sought help when she couldn't solve the problem. We seek the truth in every situation. We seek the truth in every situation. He sought permission before entering the room. He sought permission before entering the room. They sought refuge from the storm in a nearby cave. They sought refuge from the storm in a nearby cave.
To explore.
I explore new places whenever I travel. I explore new places whenever I travel. She explored different career options before deciding. She explored different career options before deciding. We explored the old castle during our visit. We explored the old castle during our visit. He explored the possibility of working abroad. He explored the possibility of working abroad. They explored the forest looking for rare plants. They explored the forest looking for rare plants.
To research.
I research topics before writing about them. I research topics before writing about them. She researched the best schools for her children. She researched the best schools for her children. We researched the market before launching the product. We researched the market before launching the product. He researched his family history for years. He researched his family history for years. They researched different solutions to the problem. They researched different solutions to the problem.
To study.
I study Spanish every day for at least an hour. I study Spanish every day for at least an hour. She studied medicine at the university. She studied medicine at the university. We studied the map before starting our journey. We studied the map before starting our journey. He studied the problem carefully before proposing a solution. He studied the problem carefully before proposing a solution. They studied the effects of the new medication. They studied the effects of the new medication.
To observe.
I observe the birds in my garden every morning. I observe the birds in my garden every morning. She observed the children playing in the park. She observed the children playing in the park. We observed a minute of silence for the victims. We observed a minute of silence for the victims. He observed that the situation was getting worse. He observed that the situation was getting worse. They observed the traditional customs of the region. They observed the traditional customs of the region.